Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Roman, hello Sumit, hello Nathaniel, hello Sebastian, hello Tenmac, hello Akbar, hello Ryan from Canada, hello Jomar. I think we have a game. Hello Kodor, hello Solanki, hello Abdul. Wait a minute, I have this guy pre-muted.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Hello BJ.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. No pressure or nothing.
Glad you like the Chapman games, BJ.
Hey, it ain't fun if you're pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Oh, that back is really cool. Spiteful Eye. Alright, I bought it.
Your pick. This is where you win.
Oh yeah, there we go. Hello Vinit.
Hey, that bag. Good for you. Your pick now. Meepo.
So Brown is their best player and he gets the 10th pick. I got this guy pre-muted. Hello Elsa.
click at your noggin. Man, I don't give a fuck about a motherfucking pole. I'm a
Hello, Xing Xing. Comms working now? What do you mean by comms? Oh, am I chat muted? No, I'm not. Glad you like the set, Herdesh. Welcome back. Long time no see.
I am Shadow Shaman. I accept your guidance.
It was in the bag.
Yeah, I just got the back piece for the set. This part right here. Pretty cool. Thanks, Lulu.
Yes. So say the spirits. As you wish.
30 seconds to battle. Before you stop killing me. First blood!
How quickly chaos spreads.
Strike.
お前は
Fucking stun.
もう死んでいる。何？
Ah, motto atticano.
Our grievance is
Hear me. I speak for the shades. I go.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Shades, guide me. As it please you.
Oh, we got 3 kills.
I accept. Of course. You are heard. I hear and obey. Of course. I the final.
I think you might have gotten the experience for that.
Shades, guide me. There. I accept. I go.
The bottom dominating! Rally the troops and get over there!
Be out. The spirit moves.
This is just a fucking feed fest down here, eh?
Mega kill! Double kill!
your flesh achieves a lower state of order.
I hear and obey.
We got 5 kills in like less than 2 minutes.
Yes. Yes. They are right. So say the spirit. The bones are thrown. You are heard. Will it lead you? My shade sent no. As the shades direct. So say the spirit. I accept your guidance. As you wish.
Deny.
I accept. Does it please you?
I'm gonna pull again.
You are heard. I hear and obey.
Oh shit.
For the ancestral.
Unstoppable!
Beat you like a drum. Attack!
Oh fuck, both those camps got blocked.
I go. I hear.
Guys, putting up a barricade.
Granted. At the same direction. As it please you. I accept your guidance. You're over the hills.
何が言ってるか分かったやろ
The spirit moves me. I hear and obey. As you wish. So say the spirits.
Come on, Nix.
Okay, where was it?
I hear.
Come on, dude. What are you doing? You just walk right in vision.
I go.
Guy's career has been killed. It's tough out. Killing spree. Just trying to make a living.
Alright, forget it.
Power is under attack. Dominate.
Can you explain to me this other Lulu Chen? Come on, man. Let's hear your thought processes.
I hear. So say the spirits.
And Shakiro here, dude. Oh my god, didn't get that last hit. Waiting for your answer. Okay, I'm gonna flame this guy. One sec.
I hear and obey.
Alright, Underlord, every time you die, I'm gonna say nice feed.
As you wish.
Radiant
All right,
structures
bud.
are fortified.
I accept your guidance. Coming for you. Treat you like a drum. Stop.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
You ready?
The spirit moves me.
Fucking
The
bitch.
middle tower's under attack.
I go.
Level 8 versus level 5. Yo, lagger.
As the shades
If your
direct.
mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh my god, he knows.
Mega kill! They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Yep, that's
You
Warden.
and a couple of friends could probably stop that. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
My spirit returns to black.
Monster kill! It ain't over till the last blows.
Holy fuck, I don't even need to be down here. Wow!
As it please you.
Why don't you buy the fucking sentry ward?
As you wish. Yes. Yes. Ah! Up there! Save direct. I hear. Accept your guidance.
Double kill!
Spirit moves me.
Your time is
For the ancestors. I go.
double damage.
I hear and obey.
Nah, you're just an idiot and a liar.
Shades, guide me.
Just own up to it, homie. We know you're just full of shit.
So say the
Haha, funny joke. Haha, funny. So funny.
time. You are heard.
Oh my god, my lashes. I used to live in Japan, okay, man? You live in Japan? You live in Japan? Can you speak Japanese?
I accept your
Because I can. Shall we have a conversation in Japanese?
granted.
Are you gonna pretend like you live in Japan too?
Tower's kinda
So
bad.
say the spirit. As you wish.
His name is fucking Kimochi Senpai. Of course he lives in Japan.
Radiant fortified your structures. Pretty good move, if you ask me.
I hear.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower is under attack.
The shades empower me.
Now you exist.
The shades direct.
Yes! I'm gonna make the bottom tower is under attack.
Go. I hear and obey.
Unstoppable!
Your fortune.
Well, at least our CK's 13-0. The only thing is that we have to go all in on him. Which is kind of scary.
structures are
Hey,
fortified.
guide me.
Your top tower is under attack.
I go.
Your top tower has fallen.
Wow, look at this guy.
Enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Tower is under attack.
Leon's weakness.
I accept your guidance.
Radiant called in the fortification.
As it please you.
Top tower needs some help.
I
200 gold.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
He doesn't need our help.
Your top tower is under attack.
Here, Kimochi senpai, let's speak some Japanese, okay, man? お前を本当に日本人だったら、ちょっと自己紹介してくれ? Please, let's give you 15 seconds to answer that one, okay, man?
Direct.
Holy shit, man, I don't think you can say anything. You're probably just spewing out lies.
Wow.
And shitty jokes, man, jeez. Learn some social skills.
Seeing where you're going helps you get there.
Granted.
Yeah, I'm ready for your reply, man. And if anyone here speaks Japanese
Kinda bad.
decently at all, they'll know what I said. I lived in Tokyo, man.
Right. Your bottom tower is under attack.
This Monkey King's not having a good time, eh?
They're looking funny. Wicked sick. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Of course.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
I go. Yes. Fortunes change. You are heard.
It's hard to Google Translate that because you have to write it out, right? But
As you wish.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
I fight.
I lived 9 months in Tokyo and I lived 3 months in Hokkaido.
So say the spirits. Ah. Of course. Yes. So say the spirits. As it please you.
You don't need to leave the stream.
The spirit moves me.
He doesn't need to leave the stream. Just stop acting like an idiot.
I accept your guidance. Yes. As you wish.
Well, Migetsuki, it's not just that. I also studied Japanese for like 7 years in school.
I hear.
Shit.
If I fall for flat,
Oh no, RCK's dead. At least the kill went to Jakiro. Hey Sam Smith, I'm not gonna tell you what my dad does. Holy fuck, he's our mid player and this is items in 17 minutes. And no items in courier.
Under attack.
Shades, guide me.
Nice personality, Underlord.
Granted. You are heard.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
As the shades direct.
do you want?
I go. Hey, light me. I should change direction.
Oh, got it.
I go. Yes. Granted. Yes. I hear and obey. Ah, feel the power.
Fuck!
I hear.
Your bottom tower's kind of bad.
My lord, come on.
I can't really tell what's going on sometimes.
내게 진심을 바라는 웃음은 절대 주지 마. 헛소리를 하고 악마의 춤을 출 거니까. 마치 밖에 시원한 바람이 불지만 세상이 너무 험해서 널 내 옆에만 둘 거니까. 남자는 전부 똑같대. 아니 술 마신 남잔 다 똑.
Somebody help CQ.
말고 아무것도 안 보인다는 건 네가 아닌다는 걸 다 잊고 있는 거야. 그러니까 내게 술을 주지 마. 놓친 고리가 오니까. 가위질을 하면은 걸어두지 마. 사랑 찍고 본능 알기 전에 너부터 먼저 알고 싶으니까. 야 이성적이고 싶어 이게 나의 값이라는데. 싸게 주고 싶어 움직이지 않아도 돼. 내가 하는 말이 수작이 되지 않아. 기분 좋게
아!
몰짱.
I hear and obey.
두잔 비워내기 싫어.
더 이상 내게 높은 기분을 주지 마.
Spirit move me.
두잔 비워내기 싫어.
자꾸 건드려듯이 몸을 맞추지 마.
두잔 비워내기 싫어.
I should change direction.
두잔 비워내기 싫어.
아예 아예 아예.
Man, him and that ace. And I never messed up that bad.
I hear.
You better puff on over to your bottom tower. This is one of the things in the back. Your bottom tower is killing spree. You better puff on over to your bottom tower.
비워내기 싫어.
The bottom tower just took a dungeon. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
I hear.
The bottom tower's kind of bad. to do it till that's done.
Oh, is dead. Dude, the CK is just a fucking machine. Ah, he came back and died. Thanks, Lulu.
The bottom tower is under attack. The middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has
I heard there. Saved him. Oh, it didn't save him. Hey, Sam Smith, I don't eat breakfast. Oh my god! I'm not sure he saw me. He saw it. Wonder why he didn't do anything.
The spirit moves me.
No.
Grab him.
내가 삼내 구절을 직직 난 내가 보고 듣고 한거는 그냥 직식 뻔히 걸릴 구라치면 그냥 내가 뱅신 내가 왜내 이름을 파 완전히 등 뒤에 난 묻어들어가 마이크폰을 잡고 다시 부르는 랩 따뜻한 게 자랑이지 여지 무슨 의미야 어디 나를 쫓아오는 이 뚜벅이가 샷카나 부러워니들의 유지비가 내가 존경받는 미움 최고라서 아냐 매번 내 한계를 한단계로 무지비가 이 존재 자체가 문제지 난 마지막 샷도 답안지 나 들릴 수가 없지 그래 100% 물오른 말 체커 난 절대 안 해 센척 난 세이 빙신아이 벌슨 숨새 왼손
This I'm calling for you. Yes. Ah, Motsu Akikaru.
Give me a pipe. You're a fucking pipe, son. Oh, damage. You don't have a single damage item. Oh my god, dude, I'm trying to press my Glimmer Cave. I want scary CK. Holy man, this guy's questions are so bad. You know, there's 9 other possibilities, right? And you chose one very specific one. And the answer is no or yes. But the real answer to your question, Sam, is no. See how, like, it's just not a good question? Yeah, what you should ask is, like, when you calibrated, how many games did you win? Just say that, man.
See me coming.
The spirit moves me. The bow is unfrozen. Floating over the Portly College.
Grieving season hill 삽 대신 마이크 쥐고 한 곳만 팠더니 it's what we do 푹 냈다 하면 boom 불과 몇 년 후 자연스레 장악한 미디어 뭉치면 닥치고 있어도
3, 2, 1, let's go!
뭔 일이 난 거야 움직이면 너에는 역시나 과시는 부담 없는 소재 얘들아 빡치면 인터넷 접속해 Anybody
I'm all for a little down.
Beach dude, the answer to your question is also no. What the fuck?
The top tower needs some help. What, that's your job or something?
Hey, here, let's go there.
Killing spree!
Oh, he snatched the Aegis, dude. Thanks, Lulu. Oh, Spirit Vessel. Cheese! Oh, our CK is gonna go down. And he doesn't have buyback. Uh-oh. Oh god. None of you guys have fucking buyback? You know, what a joke. Go get the bounty runes, please. He needs buyback. You fucking idiot.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. She's all fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, we're giving out one set of racks then.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
All that for a fucking range rack?
You wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong. Hope you don't pay for lessons.
I accept your guidance.
Hey, yo, hold up. Bring that beat back real quick, man. Yo, y'all can't do this without your boy Flo, man. I don't know she was there, but again, going out with the bouquet. Coax, butter, on the Pashima, on the muscle, like I'm facing in the buffet. You can have it, you see, nothing but big skinny, get it out the bouquet. Who must have got if you forgot? Then I'm coming at you like a bouquet. That I have too far for you to follow you and never used to kill you like a direct. So to get the big bone, let her flow with the tone, say that she taking it in like a go-getter. Full course meal, I'ma get the money in the tummy, I'ma make room. 식사는 너네가 될 테니 기대해오. 삼겹살풀도 요리 coming so on.
I don't believe you. So say the spirits. Yes. You are heard. I hear and obey. Yes.
Oh shit. That doesn't see this word, I'm sure.
I hear. I accept your guidance.
Why don't I use night wards? I don't even know what those are.
Say, guide me. I go.
gonna shove the waves in. Huh.
Change direct. Granted. I accept. I accept your guidance.
Guys, I don't really care about cosmetics that much, okay? It's like, why don't you use the dragon hook, dragon claw hook for Pudge, you know?
Bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine is under attack.
I hear.
Illusions. Oh, the real one, I can't tell. CT is fucking dead, dude. That's so bad. Okay, never sees buyback, huh? He lost. I'm not sure the CK needs BKB. Hey Sharma, you're setting an example. Get me out of this game.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
I don't even know which one the real TB is, Sam Smith. Jesus Christ. They fucking all look the same to me. Okay, Sam Smith, I'm pretty sure you're like 14 years old, but okay, man. There is thousands and thousands of tiny little things that you could always criticize, man. Oh, look at that. If you had to hit that creep 0.1 second earlier, you would have got the last hit. Well, no fucking shit, man. It's not even like insightful or anything or useful. Hey Pranchal, I like the Heaven's Halberd, like the status resistance with the Satanic, 44% status resistance. Holy fuck, this is early Roshan. Yeah, so what?
Restore me to the world.
Clockwork's gonna hookshot someone either way.
Does it please you?
Rupak. Okay, I see what's going on here. People start dying and then you guys all start acting like Dota 2 geniuses as if you're so good. Oh, you guys are annoying. Oh. You're not even that good. Watch the game, Grace.
Empower me. Yes. Does it please you?
Yeah, no, like you guys love pointing out like these tiny little things. Yeah, you know, if you had hexed to the left a tiny little bit, you know, you would have got the real TB instead of the illusion, blah blah. Like no fucking shit, guys. You guys aren't that smart by pointing that stuff out, you know. Jesus Christ. keep opening your mouth.
Of course.
Oh, Jesus.
Fine. So say the spirits. I hear and obey.
What the fuck? Did he, was that Phantasm? Oh, he pressed it by mistake. Yeah, Rupak, we get it. We know that you think that you're smart, man. Blah, 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 blah. I wouldn't have ran into Clockwork. Blah, blah, blah. I fucking get it, man. I really do. And by the way, maybe if my teammates helped me kill Clockwork, maybe I wouldn't be dead and Clockwork would be. Have you ever thought of that?
Granted.
Or what if I hexed him before he hookshot me?
Shades, guide me.
Jesus Christ, you guys are so fucking smart, I swear to God.
Yes.
45-minute runes.
As the shades direct, fortunes change. I accept. I hear and obey. Yes. Shades, guide me. Transmuted. Black wind, fire.
We don't have Phantasm, right? Actually, not a good fight. We have a refresher shard though. I suppose we could use that.
Redress shall be mine.
I mean, this fight too, right? Like, you guys are gonna start. Some of you smart guys are gonna start acting like, you know, Captain Hindsight, right? Now that I have a whole minute to think about the perfect actions, you should have been stunned by Lina. You shouldn't have fought without Phantasm, and you shouldn't be fighting near the shrine. Oh, really? You're so fucking smart. Jesus Christ. I never would have thought of that. You know, like, it's so easy to just start talking about that kind of stuff, right? CK's dead. No buyback again.
Radiant structures are fortified.
As you wish.
Oh, look, there's a Clockwork over there. Don't charge in. Like, you guys are so smart.
You are heard.
Hey, you bought a bad news.
Ah,
Barracks.
Of course.
yeah, buyback.
Bottom barracks is falling.
I go.
Middle tower's under attack.
Dagon is the shit item on Nyx, especially a support Nyx. Not a good item.
Yes.
This Nyx is not a core.
As it please you.
And now Rakbar. Go dagger? No thanks, man.
Top shrine is under attack.
I'm more interested in surviving.
Yes. shades,
Or
guide me.
fucking just smoke or some shit one day.
As the shades direct. I hear. Yes. Granted. As you wish. I accept.
Ah! Can't even put down my words.
Killing spree! Double kill!
I have seen the other side. It can wait. Ah, motto applicant.
Hey, Lulu's Aegis. Oh yeah, 5047. Okay. 5047. Oh, shine. Yeah, when's this guy gonna use this? You know I'm gonna run towards him. Save him. I'm coming. Maybe I can save you.
Welcome to the secret shop.
As the shades direct.
Oops. Oh my god. And I'm dead. I just fought back.
I return.
It's okay, CK. I think you did well.
Your lord is returned.
This is the real one right here. Man, these illusions, so hard to tell which one is real. Double damage. I don't even know what's going on, to be quite honest. Darkseer's about to die, it looks like. Oh, CK is the most important person. Dude, when is he ever going to use his refresher shard? There you go, he finally used it. Dude, he's gonna use fucking... Jesus. CK can't die. Am I dead again? Yep. Yeah, anyway, this game's over. Okay, I'll address some of these comments. Okay, smart guy. Who should die first? So you say Nyx and Shadow Shaman died first, right? And that causes us to lose the team fight, right? So who do you want? Okay, so if Nyx and Shadow Shaman did not die first, who should die first? Should the CK die first? Should the Underlord die first? Should the Monkey King die first? And then you're so smart, man.
Double kill. Your ancient is under attack. Your ancient is under attack. That is absolutely how you lose the game.
A shame to restore me to
The CK, man. They keep blaming him. But he's carrying this team so hard.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Granted.
Excuse me, guys? Oh my god, I can't handle this. I'm actually gonna die.
You are heard.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I accept your guidance. Ah! Oh!
I can't deal with these creeps, guys.
Your ancient is under attack. He ain't lying.
I can't deal with these creeps, guys.
So say the spirit. Does it please you?
They're gonna have buyback.
I hear. I fight.
Don't you have a meteor hammer?
As you wish.
Wait, we all can't leave. Nick's staying basically.
I'm not ready.
Oh god.
So say the
Oh my god. Yeah, and now you can say something like I shouldn't have gotten hookshot. Obviously they had ward here, right?
Your ancient is under attack.
Oh man. Holy fuck, these teammates are blaming the shit out of CK, but he's like, he carried them so hard. God, Dota players. Please report CK. Who are you, Draken? Oh right. No, I'd rather report you, Underlord. That was not on CK at all. It's okay, man. I think you did well. Yeah, these guys are just acting toxic the whole game, but like the only reason why we even had a chance is because of CK. Look, CK is just so far ahead of everyone else. Where was your mouth at 20 minutes when he was carrying you? Oh yeah, we need... Oh no, he did buy a pipe. Hey Rupak, you know what your problem is? Your problem is that you think that you're really smart. You're like, oh, he needs a Radiance. Nope. I really don't think that he needs a Radiance. So are you saying that he shouldn't buy Shivas? Or are you saying he shouldn't buy Pipe or Atos or Crimson Guard? You know what the difference between me and you is? I don't actually have a strong opinion on item builds or how to play Dota. You ask me about drafting, I'm like, I don't really know, because it depends on the game. Just because there's a TB doesn't mean he needs Radiance. See, the fact that you believe that, I mean, that tells me, man, like, you're very closed-minded about Dota 2. You have very strong opinions. You would probably shit-talk a position 4 Luna, right? But guess what? Team Secret drafted position 4 Luna. And you would probably shit-talk it. You'd be like, wow, seriously? Luna should only be played safe lane. Well, sometimes he's played mid, sometimes he's played safe lane, sometimes he's position 4. Anyways, I don't have an opinion on mistakes in this game. I'm sure. Just remember, every single minute, hundreds of tiny little mistakes are being made by everyone. Maybe if I ran to the camp half second earlier, I can stack it. Maybe if I looked at the clock, I would have stacked it in the first place. Maybe if I looked at the clock, I would have been early for the rune, and then we can prepare an ambush. Maybe if I had bought the extra sentry, Jakiro would not have gotten away with Glimmer Cape. Maybe this, maybe that. Maybe if we had used smoke at 27 minutes, maybe we could have won a big team fight. Maybe we shouldn't have fought at the shrine. Like, there's fucking hundreds of mistakes being made every minute. Anyways, let me read some comments. Hold on a sec. Okay. Maybe you should not play. Actually, I want to report Underlord for being toxic. Has nothing to do with his item build. Toxic player. Was Monkey King a good pick? I don't know. He lost really hard in the beginning though. I'm not gonna block the Underlord from queuing with me because he actually tried really hard. Nice, I had the rank 343.
5 seconds left.
So they should have a rank like top 400 player or something like that to balance out the pink here. Look at this guy. He still tries to be smart. Hey Rupak, believe me, dude. This game would be different if I bought Divine Rapier.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
So this guy wants to play Drow? Oh, that's an easy Vengeful Spirit. Just pick Drow. Built that wall.
Okay, your pick now.
I'm done with this guy. He's just too close-minded, and I think he's actually inexperienced. Oh, they have rank 100 player.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, you can send a picture of it on Discord. Also, when you send a picture of your rank on Discord, say something like in the chat, say "Hello, Blue Spans stream," so we know it's just not just a random, you know. Hey Rupak, here. There's actually a rule that you keep breaking in this chat. It's called no backseat gaming, which is telling people what to do. Jesus.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
I've been dreaming perfect. All my shit be fuming. Touring cities in the future, call that metro booming. You don't see me losing. 나는 이제 내가 잘한다는 거는 언급하지 않을 거야 굳이. You ran my ass. 내 뒤에 배가 이쁜가 봐. 뒤에서 나를 그냥 따라오게 두지. 무리를 하면 속같이 남의 용동에 난 따라가지. 그게 아무리 이쁘더라도 나는 다 냄새가 난다고 보니. Acting phony 계속 부려오게 그건 달라낸 고집관은. 지켜니 소신 타령 말고 초심 내가 볼 때 너네 다 똑같은 반응. 여기서 나홀로 집을 난 마치 케빈 같아. 다 뺏어 다 챙길 거야 나 양아치 새끼 같아.
Hey Sharma. Puskar, glad you like the music. Hey Sharma, anyone could be here. You know when you ask for a link of Dota buff, you know what people do? That's not a really good idea. Let me explain why. So if you simply just ask for a Dota buff link, here's what happens, okay? So,
Hey, you guys want to see my Dota buff link? Sure. Alright, this is my Dota buff link, guys.
oops.
I'm Ramses. Here you go.
Bam, that's my Dota buff link. Trust me, bro. That's me. That's me. Trust me. I am best player.
Hey, yo, hold up. Bring that beat back real quick, man. Yo, y'all can't do this without your boy Flo, man. Yeah. I'm down, she man to the game, I get thrown out with the bouquet. Cold at the bottom, I'm never show my moves, so like I said, in the bouquet.
You're not already heading somewhere. Now's the time to start.
If you forgot that I'm hot, then I'm coming at you like a dookie. That I have too far for you to follow you and never reach the key, like I never got your old letter. So you get the grip, won't let the flow be the tone, say that she taking it in like a Google getter. Full course meal, I'ma get the money in the tummy, I'ma make room. 600 on they got 13 in
Let the battle begin! Okay, play your cards right and you think I'm done. Easy stroke.
Dude, he moves faster than I do.
First blood! The ancestors.
Yeah, that Oracle has 302 move speed and I have 294, so yeah, it's hard for me to stun him. He moves 8 move speed faster than me. I wonder if this guy will even use courier. He should probably... I guess he'll buy wand. Yeah, he's probably gonna use courier to buy the wand, and then when he does, hopefully I can just snipe the courier. Oh! What the? Oh no! I went the wrong direction! Oh my god, fucking pathing. Oh god! No! Oh god, dude. Pathing, man. Pathing is a thing. I wasn't even looking. I just... Where the fuck was I? Why did he go this path? It's so stupid. I'm so sad.
Faster.
I'm so sad, guys. Like, why, like, what? I was like right here, right, or something like that when I was looking at the courier, and then I just click over here, and then somehow this vengeful spirit just run this way. Why? Why, Gaben? Oh my god, so stupid, dude. Can't get over it. Alright, Nick, thanks, buddy. I don't fucking get the fucking pathing AI, man. I don't get it. Got my sentry.
I've been wanting this. Taste! Denied!
Pull, please.
Jesus. There's runes? Runes. Wait. Wait.
인생을 즐기면서 사는 게 제 힘이고 fresh mindset. Always fun. 그리고 나.
Let's pressure the tower with the catapult. Let's pressure the tower. Come, Shaman, come, Shaman.
You're dead.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Let's hit the tower, come.
Santimage is farming too well. Keep talking to you guys and getting distracted. Stop with fucking chicken.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I don't like to fuck chickens. He's trash talking him.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your mid tower
Oh, Pink's being toxic. Oh, he's getting hella toxic about this.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Killing spree!
Hey, just let him play. Oh shit, Ancients didn't stack. That one, oh, that one's stacked. Yeah, it took too long. I need boots.
Oh, this is the shrine.
The middle tower is under attack.
Storm, we can kill Storm, we can kill Storm.
He wants the region.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm coming.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
The time has come.
Hello, Super Dip. Good job, buddy.
Let my vengeance soar. Yes. Vengeance flies beside. Eat my mouth.
I trash talking him back. 10-minute runes.
As you I fly.
Somebody just smoked? Did they just smoke there? Did I imagine that? Spearbreaker is hasted.
Down your middle tower. What, not your job or something?
We can go top.
By the bloody fields of Avila.
Ah, shit. Just the one right click needed.
Vengeance flies beside.
Uh oh, Pink's flaming dry ranger now. Oh, Jesus, this team. You switch city for job, Super Dip? You have a job? Nice, you can donate money to me. Oh shit. I'm dead. Fucking pathing, dude.
Watching your top tower? Maybe fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
A lot accounting for him, yep. He's going with Vlad's.
Yeah, not to do it for that time. The top tower is under attack.
Ooh, I got both those last hits with the W. Does this work? Can I triple stack?
Your middle tower's under attack. Sucker.
Oh, I actually triple stack. Okay, so if you hit it here, cut this tree, and then wave here, you can triple stack. Uh-oh, Necrophos might take the stacks. Oh shit, does he know? Okay, so if he... Yeah, so he has ward here, so he saw me triple stacking. We're gonna de-ward that. I'm too slow. Wait. Ah! Oh, hey, look. All yours, man. Yeah, that's why he went there. Go, 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 go. Surprise, motherfucker.
Push bottom, push bottom.
I'm dead. Nah, I'm dead either way. What the fuck, guys? Just walk away from it!
Stun. Dude, just stun range. What the hell? Good job, keep going. Fighting the ward. Nice job. Good job.
Oh man, it's all gone.
Power needs some help. Oh, there better be something important going on. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Ah.
We need Solar Crest, I think, or Lost Orb or Linken's. We need things to do with Necro and Vision.
Dude, Spearbreaker gonna charge you. Okay, me and Drow are bottom, okay? They're all mid, they just get out of mid.
I need charges.
Yeah, you're gonna.
Venge, venge. Swap me, swap me.
Yeah. You're okay. You're okay.
Dude, pay attention, please. I just died because I didn't pay attention.
Sorry, man.
Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill.
Oh, fucking like, oh, somebody charging over here. Fucking, oh shit, man. Don't go Dominator. I'm not sure we should listen to this guy. Solar Crest though.
My sentiments precisely.
Stupendous!
Double kill.
Keep running.
Don't feel like I can run, just swap me. Oh. Oh, cool, keep charging. Amazing. This game's over, guys. Go next.
Oh, jeez. I hate that I have to play babysitter.
Dire structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Cover! That's not helping.
Hey, you can win, okay? Fucking pussies. Okay, alright.
My sentiments precisely.
This is the guy being toxic earlier. We already have Vlad's. That's why I asked BH if he's going Vlad's. He said nothing. And then I looked at his items and he bought it. What did I just say about Vlad's? Jesus.
The time has come.
Your top tower needs some help. Killing spree! Own it!
We can Roche now. We can...
How did you?
Let's Roche, let's Roche.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell this urn, I think. Wait, so I could sell this urn for 437 gold, but then I would lose out on 1.5 mana regeneration, 2 to all attributes, 2 to armor. But BH would be getting charges. Sometimes I would be stealing BH charges, so yeah, I should probably just sell it. I'm selling it. Yeah, anyways, you have to remember that when you build items, you have to look at your teammates' items, right? So I see that a whole bunch of you guys suggested Vlad's, but that's why I asked BH if he was buying Vlad's earlier. I was like, BH, are you buying Vlad's? He didn't answer, but like, I think he's chat muted. But I mean, he has it. That's why I don't buy it. Jinzo, how dare you? I'm not fat. Big boned.
Heads up, we're back.
I am not harming. Not yet.
Roshan has fallen to the tire.
Not yet. Very well.
I'm looking for an alpha wolf.
Haste.
My doggy.
Faster.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Bloody pin.
Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, man. Oh, we got cocky. Play safe. Have I been spamming Venge? You tell me. Am I spamming Venge?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hey, creeps are cleared. I think backdoor should kick in.
Here we have your middle tower.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Not
back off.
being there no more. Killing spree! Double kill! Dominate! Triple kill!
This is a very action-packed game, huh? My doggy. No. It's not the one I want. Hope that one stacks.
If I must.
That's an obvious way to reveal your wards.
My sentiments precise.
My doggy. Oh, no. Ooh.
A gift from the goddess. Let my vengeance soar.
God damn it.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I don't have Storm, Chris.
Vengeance flies beside.
Towers under attack. Dire structures up. Dominate! Your top tower is under attack.
My doggy.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The top tower needs some help. Damn it! Fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, sorry. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Oh no, don't let the vengeful spirit die! Oh, end the game, end the game, end the game!
Knocking down that bottom tower.
Yeah, go Tron, go Tron.
Wow, just like that, eh?
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has
Huh?
fallen. Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust. I couldn't have done it.
Top 100 anti-mage, guys.
Well, sorry.
Can I have first MVP? Wow, dude, it's just, you know, we just fucking steamrolled them. I don't know what happened that last fight, to be quite honest. Like, there's just fucking everywhere. I wouldn't say that I was MVP. I would say that... I don't know, man. Everyone did well. Good job. This guy's speaking Spanish. Now, Drow did pretty well, but he's kind of whiny. You can't just say MVP just for the one casted ability. The only time you can ever praise someone for like for single-handedly winning a game for pressing one button is if they get like a 5-man black hole or something like that, or a 5-man RP. Then they deserve. But that doesn't usually happen in Divine Immortal. Yeah, actually what I really like about Drow Ranger is so popular right now. And I'm already a Vengeful Spirit player, right? And the two just go together. Yep, Anti-Mage top 100. English only, thanks. And you can have a look for yourself. Fuck, I already seen the screen, dude. What the fuck? I already voted. What the fuck? Yeah. Anti-Mage, rank 112. Well, the Vraj, the thing is, no one actually threw the game. They just started opening their mouth and spewing out stupid shit, but no one actually threw the game.
Ooh, you get to ban someone.
Oh, he wants to play Drow? Nice. Then I will play Vengeful Spirit.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
God, I really didn't want to play this hero game, but I win games. Yeah, actually I want to play safe lane carry, but then no one will play Vengeful Spirit. I always ban Meeple because he's really ugly. He's such an ugly hero. I don't like ugly things. I don't like you! Camp stat record? Sure, man. How do I do that? How to see record?
With the rebel was my mental, way more advanced than these sucker niggas low key. Yeah, I touch more currency, been overseas before illegally. Old enough to get a fucking drink. Oh shit, what the fuck you think? Bro, I'm so ready, I may drown in the underwater.
The one at the bottom? The one at the bottom? What does that mean? Close that? Hey DD, when you use pronouns, you should be... Okay, don't use pronouns. Specify what you mean. Don't use the one or close that. Like, I don't know what that means, man. Handmade, thanks for subscribing. Don't advertise here. Oh, I'm gonna ban this guy. Sorry, man, you're too stupid for the stream. Hey Danny, I would change the song if you would like to make a donation. Would you like to do that? Most recent games closed, please. How do I close this? Actually, it doesn't matter, Didi. Too fucking lazy for this shit. I have like 50,000 stacked camps. I mean, even if you knew that, it would not be useful for anybody or for yourself at all, right? I don't have the patience for this shit.
Your pick now. Meepo.
I can play HC if you don't, Yellow. I don't think it's useful for you at all, DD. I mean, like, let's say that I had 100 stacked camps, right? Versus, let's say, 50,000, right? I mean, how would that change your behavior in any way at all? You know what I mean? Hello, Farhan. Welcome back.
Cohort, we go hard. Rebel like we go hard. Cohort, we go hard. Rebel like we go hard. Cohort.
Ren's glad you like the game. Hello, Zephyrin.
Ninja currency exchange dollars to the yens to the ones we don't care. And why the well-laid tax why you standing next to what
Too slow, Lulu. Kosuke Spectre for donation. HC means hard to carry. Damn, I'm shocked you guys don't know that. Yeah, let's predict victory. Oh, we have 4, huh? Yeah, I think we're gonna do this one. Hi, Snail Poop.
Sun King's up. Aye.
To showtime. Oh, I see lots of good digging spots out there. What are we waiting for?
There are a lot of people top, like 4.
Hmm.
The time has come.
Now you want a high five? Hey Ming,
The battle's starting.
you can't say the word noob.
Remember, you got a job to do.
In I fly.
Is Sand King... So where is Sand King playing? Sand King probably stunned, right?
The offlane rotated top too. For some reason, I don't know.
Let my vengeance soar.
Really weird.
Weird.
Sun King is stun level 1.
Very well.
Let's fuck this guy up.
With a vengeance.
That's fine.
Didn't he have a ward?
Flies beside me.
So he might have... Yeah, he might have warded this camp. I think he warded one of these two. We're about to find out. Perhaps not.
I fly.
Hey DTM, you want to know why the map is dark? Because I like it dark. I know on your map you see the river, you see the trees, you see the cliffs. I just don't give a shit about that. So you turn it off. It's an option that you can turn off. Hello, Kyle. In fact, since we have absolutely nothing to do, I will even show it to you. You see this? This is what you guys have. I don't need to see these little cliffs and rivers and shit. I don't care about that. So I go like this.
Okay.
Hello, Faisal. Thank you.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh? 3, 2, 1, let's go!
My sentiments precisely. As you wish.
Okay, man.
Can you pull?
Hanaba? I don't know how to answer your question, dude. Lots and lots and lots of practice.
If you insist.
The answer shouldn't surprise you, right?
Can you pull the creep?
Faster.
Oh my god, I missed that last hit.
4. The time has come.
Can you pull the creep?
This guy doesn't know how to pull, huh?
As you wish. Faster.
Have boots yet? He has boots.
If I must.
Oh, Sam can kill himself.
My sentiments precisely. I am not
First blood!
Oh, that was a really...
lies beside me.
Oops, I should give him this. I should give him the clarity instead. Oops. Oh well.
Invisibility.
As you wish. Very well. If you insist.
That's odd. Those camps. Oh, I thought they blocked it, but nope.
I fly.
Wow!
Let me stretch my wings.
His positioning just was not good enough.
To battle. Let my vengeance soar.
No.
5-minute runes.
Watching your top tower?
As you wish.
Your top tower is under attack.
Gift from the goddess.
We have tag team. We have tag team. And Snowball, can we kill? No, man, I don't want to die. Jesus Christ, Tusk, man. Just kill. Yeah, like no kidding. No fucking kidding.
I'd never lose.
Can I have a friend here?
If I must.
Oh, he's got Rupture now.
Yes.
Oh my god, Strat's losing hard in his lane, eh?
I am there.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be.
Okay, he has Rupture. I can't really save you if he Ruptures. Okay. Come on, please.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
I fly.
You came. Are we trying for that?
That's okay. Every hero has different power specs.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he left both for a while.
Let
That's
my
fine.
vengeance soar.
Chase him. Doesn't matter, chase him.
Nice.
Ah, he's too fast.
Slake my thirst for revenge.
Thanks, Chris.
The
That's good
time
enough.
has come.
Yeah, go ahead. Cast Rupture.
I am not arguing. Not yet.
Okay, man. Okay, I'll stack it. Okay, I'll stack it.
May the skies surround.
Use the shrine.
If you insist.
Hey, Drow, there's three camps here.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
As you wish. Die.
Bloodseeker, and never mind, he's back in.
Yes. Let my vengeance soar. As you wish.
Double kill.
Shit. There's so many people at top all the time.
I am not.
Your middle
He's going for
tower
Helm
is under
Dominator?
attack.
4.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Kill this guy with that.
Oh, fuck. I hate that wave does that, dude.
Nice.
Tusk, please come top again. We can fight. I hope.
They have vision there for sure. Trying to reach it.
Very well.
There we go. Yeah, you just have to aim it properly, I suppose.
The time has come. I fly.
10-minute runes. Hey, Lexio, you can probably grab the bottom runes.
To battle. Vengeance flies beside me.
Fuck you! Oh, man.
I am
fucking dead.
Gift from the goddess.
Should not have done that. Anyway.
Can you just rage TP?
No?
You cannot rage TP.
Can Tusk play with me, please?
Go
Not
to
drop it. Please play with me.
The Skyland style is scary. I'll take
You guys need to pressure Spectre, man. Like,
I don't know, man. Like, my supports are not here. Like, I don't know what my supports are fucking doing.
I just capped like I stacked like 10 camps for Drow.
Oh, not you. Oh, not you. Obviously, my Tusk is
Oh,
running
okay.
around.
there's two, right?
Well, you said my support, so. Ah! Did you get out of the fucking ref,
We can run at this guy.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Alright. I vote. Please run at him.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
if you insist.
Radiant structures are fortified. You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
You guys need to take the tower.
Nice, putting up a
Don't
barricade.
leave top. Only top.
And
No,
over
no,
here,
Drow. I don't think we can kill him.
Not being there no more.
Fool.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Who said that tower could fall?
Oops, ignore that ping.
Faster. Feel my
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You found me.
You want Vlad's?
The time has come.
Okay. Alright, that was weird. Oh.
Just hit the tower, Blue. Fuck.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
What the hell are you diving for?
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
See you later. No, don't kill the vengeful spirit, Aura. Lads.
Vengeance flies beside me. I am there. As you wish. Very well. I fly.
Got him.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower
Oh, yeah.
is it's gone.
On Shrine Drow?
I am not argue.
Sorry, dude, I have no mana.
I fly.
Alright. I fucking waited for you, man. You said nothing. Rude.
As you wish. If I must. Yes.
Do you have the power to make commands here? Do you think you have the power to make commands? 15-minute runes are up. Runes. Maybe you can grab these ones since he has TP and stuff.
Four.
Don't for my master.
The time has come. With a vengeance.
Probably getting close to his radiance, huh?
I am
3
there.
kills top, you say?
My sentiments precisely. As you wish.
He's blade mail. But as long as we're all beating the shit out of him.
Very well. Battle.
There's a blade mail, man. Blade mail, blade mail on. Good.
God damn it, miss. God damn it, dude.
Vengeance flies beside me. By Skryok. If you insist.
Okay.
Let
No,
my
no, 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 no,
vengeance
no.
soar. If you insist. Very well.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Battle. As you wish. As you wish. I am not.
Warded it.
I think I'm dead. You can leave me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's fine, it's fine. This is good. Pop the shrimp.
Alright. Ooh.
Coming.
Nice.
I'm just back, just back. We're gonna come online soon. As long as Spectre's not too big.
Let my vengeance soar.
Hey Peter, I don't think you understand the definition of a demand.
Faster.
I fucked up, my bad.
Hello, Rakesh.
The time has come. I am there.
I'm fucking dead, by the way.
Magic missile.
Oh, come on.
So broken.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, Tusk decided to leave top, so it's not on me.
Runes are almost up.
Why am I rad?
For my top.
Got it.
Forward.
Close. Nice try.
You know, I should not be here. I should have gone mid. Does he have vision?
Before he gets her radiant.
My sentiments precisely. Yes. I fly.
Why does anyone care, Nicola?
As you wish.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kinda bad. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Your bottom tower is under attack.
I am there. Very well.
Brutal savage? Come on.
I fly.
Oh shit. There you go.
Yes.
Oh god.
Forward.
I think I'm dead.
Wanna fight this? I wanna fight this?
Sure. $20 US.
3v5.
Alright, send the money. First. Oh man. Jesus.
Sentiments precisely.
Yeah, no. I'll 1v1 him for $20 US.
By my
He's not gonna agree to sending it first because he has no interest or intention of sending me any money. He just wants to get on the screen to get attention. And you know why he wants to do that? So that he can feel important. Have a smoke.
The time has come.
I can smoke the four of us. Hey Drow, shall we smoke?
Go, just smoke. Let Drow spawn. Don't have initiation though.
Top tower needs some help.
I'm dead. We're all dead.
Top tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Killing spree.
There's obviously vision here and we didn't smoke.
Well, I did smoke, but you guys wouldn't come.
Why do I get the feeling you ain't taking this seriously?
We just walked in into a place that they obviously set up in.
Top tower needs some help.
What is happening?
Yeah, Captain Hindsight.
Your top tower has fallen.
So do we have a deal? Who's completely lost? Completely, you say?
Swapping you.
Killing spree.
Block him.
Ones drink your blood.
Holy shit. Drow.
Stop him.
I can't.
This is what you get, Bloodseeker.
Your middle tower's under attack.
I play everything just like every day. And I'm out of here.
Vengeance flies beside me.
There's the Earthshaker there. I hope you see him.
I am not.
This tower's dangerous though.
The fuck?
My spirit soars.
Silence, man, silence.
Pretty good. Well played.
We should rush.
Yeah, you should definitely rush in. Unless they
After tier one.
have haunt.
Fine, it's fine. If they buy back, then we have fucking 50 seconds and Drow hits it. And then Drow will have 2 lives.
Let me
to carry
guess.
us, hopefully.
When I win and I want the money, you're gonna be like, lol, JK. Right, Nicola? Does that sound familiar? Oh, I wasn't gonna give you any money. Lol, JK. I 1v1 you and I didn't pay you money. So fucking smart, man. That is a great plan. Unfortunately, thousands of other people have thought about that before.
Dire's structures are fortified. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile.
And that's I helped Drow because she scales very well.
Break it.
I mean, I don't have
Tour
a cell.
stream?
Hello? Huh?
Kyle, I'm glad you like the stream so much.
Hello?
It's fine, we got it, we got it.
Oh, I have money now. Finally, my first item.
Finally.
Fall again. If I must.
Hey Nessa, I know you're trying to look for black and white rules and what should I do every single time, but Dota 2 is so complex that I cannot just be like, you should do A in every biggie situation, you know? Can't do that for you, dude.
I fly. I am not.
I'm stuck in these wards, huh?
Killing spree.
Oh, Panda's dead too. Wait, he has radiant? No.
Dire's structures are fortified. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important going on.
Yo, man, you need to get out. You need to like keep you out.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant called in the fortification.
No harm. Fucking Radithan, please.
Yeah, we should fight these guys for sure.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Can't speak, keep it. Wow, he dropped. Nice flash.
Why can't I fucking stun? Oh, I already used it.
Wow, another bash. That's insane.
Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck was that? Is he invisible?
With a vengeance.
I think I bought this item, I didn't.
Let my vengeance soar.
Yeah, he can't talk anymore.
Fall.
That's so strange that I can see him TP.
The time has
Yeah, whatever, man.
I am there.
Oh god.
My sentiments
Do, 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 do.
Go, roll.
Good thing I buy a fucking sentry. I'll grab bottom bounty runes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Got 1 minute or so. You can back though.
Yeah, back after that tower, please. Thanks. Oh my god, they already got it.
Yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Someone ought to scramble in there and get the shot.
That TP, like, it's purple, you know? It's confusing.
I am there. Very well.
Do, 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 do.
Careful. Oh, never mind.
Oh wait, I don't want to kill this wolf. Hey, don't kill this wolf.
Don't kill the wolf?
Yeah, I'm gonna... Holy shit, he's alive.
Oh.
Hey, Brew, come.
Yeah, I'm coming. Walking.
He gets out, he gets run out.
That's unfortunate.
Dude, what is Blue doing, man? Every time we have like a good fight, you just fucking run in there and feed.
Might be able to get in the creep.
Oh my fucking god, man. I'm gonna buy back.
Hi, guy.
Kill me!
Hey, look, he came back with a different account.
Wait, what was that fight? Like, no one said anything.
I mean, Blue just ran in there like a fucking idiot. Like he's been doing all game. Makes no sense. Literally all I have to do is stand behind. Back. You're up there.
Oh, did we just lose? Can't range, man.
Middle barracks is fallen. Middle barracks is fallen. You better walk on over to your bottom tower. What, got your job or something?
Wait, is he invisible here? Oh, never mind. Oh, we lost. Game's over. Oh. Indeed. And buyback.
Running in like an
Your
idiot.
bottom tower is under attack.
No sense.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Well, which one's real one, man? Holy shit.
Nice.
If your mid tower
Well, I lost this game.
it'd be pretty managed. Radiant structures are fortified.
For the Shadow Shaman, dude.
Bottom barracks has fallen.
This one. This one.
Bad news about your bottom barracks.
Bash, 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 bash! Oh my god!
So bad, man.
Whoa! Whoa! That was. Oh god. We needed that to have a chance of coming back. Oh. English only, thanks.
Lucky.
Just amazing, man. Just amazing. Oops. Too many TP scrolls. I want this wolf, don't kill it. Don't do it, don't kill the wolf.
My sentiments precisely.
We can still win. I got the wolf now.
Faster.
Oh man.
I am not.
Got it.
Oh shit, I'm gonna block this camp. Running over. We think this might be a good fight for us.
Locked out.
Yeah, no, the fisher will be down soon.
I have no spells for a while.
Where's Drow? I'll go over here. Drow, turn around and fight.
I have nothing, sorry.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
What kills Spectre? Bloodthorn? What should I do? Bloodthorn? I don't know.
I
Nullfire
think.
Bloodthorn?
You can go Mjolnir.
Maybe. Go Mjolnir. Good idea, I have range already though. He doesn't have evasion, right?
He'll probably go with Butterfly next, so you probably need Monkey King Lure. In fact, actually, he has it now.
Okay. I go have KB.
Your top shrine is under attack.
I think it's okay because like your lightning damage will still do lots of damage.
It pierces evasion as well.
Oh, I'm up. I'm actually up. What am I doing? I'm waiting way too late for drums, guys. What the fuck?
This. Alright.
I need another wolf. You guys see a wolf?
With a vengeance.
I can literally just kill one.
As you wish.
Oh fuck me.
Vengeance flies
Fucking shit.
Fucking shit. Hi, Matt.
to battle.
Get some decent sleep, my friend. Why is my M button not working?
I am there. Fly to it.
vision up there.
Ah, we lost. We lost. Ah.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps.
Fuck Spectre players.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. You gotta defend your agent. Now. Victory!
That's a secret. I'm not gonna tell you when I go to Thailand. I think I've lost 2 and I've won 1, so we're red today. Yep. Fuck.
Go hard, cohort, we go hard. Rebel life, we go hard. Cohort, we go hard. Rebel life, we go hard. Look, 나르는 범고래 바다 건너가서 놀아. Who you know, who you know. 넌 어디에서 놀아. 다리도 교sp에 찍고 이제 무대 쓰러미고. 넌 내가 정말
Hi Kevin, how you doing? English only and stop saying stupid shit. Thanks. This is Keith Ape, I have no idea. No beer today. If I drink alcohol, I just actually lose all my ranked games. Hey, Ice Bear, why would you need to emotionally prepare yourself for me going to Thailand? I actually have no intention on meeting anyone in Thailand, so. Yeah, that's right. Tell this fucker to stop saying stupid shit. Juggernaut was good? Yeah. When I play on my Smurf and I beat down those Archon players, you mean? No, I need to be sober to compete at this level. That doesn't count. Thanks, you gal. Hi Hacks, thanks for subscribing. Hey Ice Bear, I might even be streaming from Thailand, so. I think I'd like to play core this time around.
Whose band is it? Oh, yours! 5 seconds left!
들어봐 바로 어제 3년 약정한 핸드폰 정신 차리니 박살나 있고 바닥엔 할부한 끝난 모니터 눈앞에 넌 계속 악쓰고 있고 젠장몬 탑도 없지 내가 널 밀참 네가 날 밀쳐 서로 씩씩거리면서
Where am I playing? I'm playing in Canada. Yeah, and can you just ask the question? Would you like to make a donation for your hero request? Revenge? Oh my god, this looks familiar. Oh, it's the same panda from last game. See you later, DD. This is called Fire by Mad Clown. The song. Hey, you watch that ad blend. Make me some money.
What's going on? 10 seconds. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do. Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, Ten seconds. 5 seconds left.
Ah, basic reading skills, you know, guys? Hey, Panda, can you go bot? Hi, Pixie. Thanks, Vineet.
Ursa Warrior. To all my cubs and kindred, it is most definitely in the bag.
I think we can agree that this one is in the bag.
I'm betting this one's in the bag.
Fall upon them! Attack!
Well, I tried. Well, I tried.
Sure, let's use a shovel. Wah wah.
Do you want to get Snowball first? First or tag team?
30 seconds to shoot.
Yep.
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous.
Skip around out there.
Rubik can go top.
Set upon them! Join with me. Let them
Just joking, I have nothing behind me. Ah, suckers!
Stuff's over. Don't make me come over there.
Alright, that was fun.
Who calls me?
What the fuck? I'm lagging. Oh, there you go.
Against all strife. Fangs bared. On notice. Yes. We will. Fiercely now.
Nice.
For the forest.
Oh fuck! I misclicked.
Yes. Yes.
Get snowball. Go, let's go, let's go.
Go too.
That fucked up!
Nice job.
Yeesh.
We fight as one. Right.
Not so fast.
Yes.
What the fuck? Here you go. He TP'd. Wow.
Claws out.
I'm gonna get some sentries out here.
Tracks of intruders.
Lagging again. What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
For the forest.
There's a bounty over here.
Honey from the comb. Tracks of intruders. Right. Set upon them. Let them see our
I gotta run back.
Go.
A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
I will bring a sentry with me when I return.
Away from there. Fiercely now. Seek the foe.
Let's kill him before
Ah!
I get
Interloper.
Let's go.
Push them back.
Denied.
Go to. Join with me.
5 seconds.
Yes.
You wanna go?
Ban that guy, Fenrir.
I'm gonna die.
Set upon them.
Just ban, just ban. Don't even give a chance for someone who says something like that.
We will.
Thanks.
Well, Shaman's here. Get the
Shaman's down here.
Ah! No.
Come near. Yes. The enemy is near.
Oh shit.
Fortified destruction.
5 minute
Good
runes.
move, if you ask me. Look, the enemy's attacking.
We
the
are
middle
not
tower.
getting bot runes. It ain't happening.
I'm fucking lagging, dude.
Right.
That should help.
Okay.
I'll rend their flesh. Yes. Look to your own. Who calls me? Fangs bared.
Yeah, he's got it now for sure.
Who calls me?
Oh my god. Need more right click damage. Oh god.
Tracks of intruders.
Hello, Krishna.
Gonna go again. Let's do it. Oh,
got
no.
him! There's still a shaman down here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yes.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Dormant powers stir.
I'm actually trying.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No!
Set upon them. Right. Fangs bared. Denied.
I gotta get back.
Yeah, get out. I fucked up.
Yes.
Hey Rubik, how's your lane been going?
Our lane is great.
This shit's fun down here.
Trinkets. Claws out. We fight as one. Let them see our teeth. Not yet. Your blood is mine.
What's going on?
Seek the foe. I'm not ready. Right.
Should have waited out the round. Or exactly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Got it.
It's one of the things in that.
No pussy, boys.
Come near. Attack!
Holy shit! You fucking shit! Of course it takes 4 of you. Was it 4? 3 of you.
Yeah, what happened?
3 of them ran at me. Yep.
I saw my death among the trees.
I'm going back.
Oh man, it's so much fun, Oh, I missed like 4 or 5 last hits.
Gold and sweet. Double damage.
Okay, Reaper Scythe down.
Set upon them. Gold and sweet.
Bounty Smith.
On notice.
You guys dead.
Interloper.
Oh, mid.
Quelling Blade,
no.
cut tree, changed nothing.
We can go Necro. Wait me.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Come.
Yes. For the cubs.
Ah!
Ready.
Fuck this.
Your middle
fuck, man?
I'm under attack. Yes.
Oh, I can already phase out. Jesus, what am I doing?
They're here.
Nice shrine.
Not yet.
Whoa! Shit! My wand, dude! What a fucking sniper boy over here! Oh, I wonder if I survive if I use wand. Well, the good thing is they have to spend a lot of resources to try to kill me. That's 2 ultimates. And Morphling had to come finish me off. And Jug has no farm.
You gonna do something about it and just sit there looking funny?
I'm not ready.
Hey, kill this guy.
Join with me.
My Morph is coming from behind. I'm out.
Kim, thanks for subscribing. Yeah, you go in your fucking jungle, deep in your jungle to farm. While I farm lane, son.
We fight as one.
Can I get a ban on Renzo? Thanks. Some people, like, if they trash talk just a little bit, like if they say just noob or something like that, I'm okay with that. Give them a warning. But some people, you know.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Oh, there better be something important going on. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. Now, your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Fiercely now.
Ah, fucking lag again! What the fuck?
Oh.
Yes. Dagger sharper than my claws. Things bared. Tracks of intruders.
Oh man, I should have stayed top.
This guy is actually so tanky. Oh my god.
Fall upon them.
I figured you were just gonna drunken brawler him down.
Okay.
Stupidity knows no bounds, right, Matt?
Quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, let's do it again.
Alright, try this again. Wait.
This is awarded.
The top tower is under attack.
Set upon them. It's not time
Right
yet.
away.
I'm fucking lagging again.
What, not your job or something?
Let's go back and... Oh shit, I should have waited.
If your mid tower could
Runes.
talk,
I'll grab top runes, runes.
got one less middle tower now, by the way.
Not yet.
Alright, I don't know about this.
Let them see our
Where is Juggernaut?
It's not time yet.
No.
It's not time yet. Seek the foe.
What the fuck?
It's not
I think you're getting baited.
What color is that, man? I can't even tell.
It's not time yet. Fangs bared. I'm not ready.
Got it.
Yes.
Fucking bitch.
No, God!
Yes.
No, God, please, no! No! No!
Yep. Did he? Man, this track is so long. Tusk, wanna kill bottom?
Yes.
Radiant structures are
Always.
fortified.
Yeah, there's TP though.
Puff on over to your bottom tower.
I'm going on this day.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap.
Sit upon them. I'm not ready.
Alright.
Oh, that's a real one!
Yes, here's Manta.
Ah, shit.
I'm out. This is bad.
What stops me from killing Jug?
Go to. And sweet. Interloper.
God damn it.
Come here. I'll rend their flesh. They're here. The fight is won. Fiercely now.
Can we Roshan, please?
Who calls me?
Help, can someone tank it for me? Thanks.
Yeah, I'm on it.
Yes, he didn't stop.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top tower needs help. Your top tower has fallen. Roshan's dead. Man, him and that Aegis.
Claws out. Set upon them.
Ah, shit.
Holy shit, that Morphling.
Double kill.
In Divine Immortal, it is not about the sustain to kill Roshan. It is about the opportunity. You know, at this bracket, Hamza, like, when you do, everyone knows that if you buy Morbid Mass, it's easy Roshan. Everybody knows that. So I mean, like, if I do Roshan, like, Morbid Mass, it doesn't increase the speed. It just makes it slightly safer, right? But that's not important at all.
Does the battle still rage? Fiercely
Oh shit.
now.
Wrong item.
Gold and sweet.
Oh my god, my fucking Blink Dagger.
Against all strife.
It might be a ward there.
The enemy is near.
I don't have detection, man.
Seek the foe.
Good job.
Notice.
前はもう死んでいる。何?
Rubik, please buy the words, man. I can't position 5 Tusk.
Oh, where's my item? I'm lagging, dude.
It's not time yet. Yes. Not yet.
Punch, 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 punch. Oh, my item's still in base. See, this Jug, he's going all in on move speed build. Because he's scared of me, as he should be.
Join with me. Go to.
Wait, courier. Can I get a ban on that guy too? Thanks. Pretty sure that, what, 200, 300 or something like that watching like me, so you're just a fucking moron, dude. Go cry to your mommy. Thanks.
Yes. Push them back.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
The biggest problem is the morphling, right? Okay.
I'm not ready. Claws out. Take heed.
Stupidity knows no bounds, kiss.
Let them see our teeth.
They know I'm alone. Gotta get out of here.
Do we want to smoke up and try and kill someone?
Who calls me?
Yes, dude.
Can you use mana boots for me?
Yes.
Thanks.
Okay.
Let them see our teeth.
What the fuck? What stopped me from blinking?
It's not time yet.
Killing spree.
I'm actually dead.
Oh my god, dude. Something stopped me from blinking there.
I was going on Necro. What do you want from me?
Double kill.
Oh shit.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. The middle barracks are under attack.
No, I'm pretty sure Necro passive does not stop blink. Pretty sure.
Wanted your middle barracks to not fall. You're doing it wrong.
Spring already? Set upon them.
Fuck that. Nice.
Yeah, I might have double pressed it. It's very likely. Yeah, I might have blinked the wrong way. Oh my god, dude. Ugh, it's so sad. Jug's somewhere around here, I think.
Who calls me?
Oh, Jug's top now.
Yes. Join with me. Yes. We will.
Ah, so fast, dude.
Not yet. Go to. I'm not ready. I'm not ready.
The top shrine is under attack.
I'm not ready. Sit upon them.
Oh man, that was a huge mistake. That Necrophos, I could instantly kill that Necrophos. So sad, man. I'm coming here, I'm coming.
My bad.
Tracks of intruders.
Down.
Yes. Seek the foe. Not yet. We fight as one.
Jesus Christ. I hope that, yeah, they don't have war here, so. What the? Oh my god.
It's not time yet. Set upon them.
Ah, fuck.
Not ready. Tracks of intruders.
Oh. This is our last hope, I think. Waveform talent that blocked my blink? No. No, I wasn't. Morphling was nowhere close to me when I was trying to blink on the Necrophos here. It was not Morphling at all, 100%.
Sit upon them.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Against all strife.
Your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Not yet.
My fucking blink again! What the? Oh.
You gotta go help him.
What a fucking dick. Yeah, all the time in the world to trash talk, right? What stopped my blink this time, guys? How did the... Yeah, the Morphling's too powerful. I'm going to the bathroom, be right back. Shuriken, was it? Oh, Jesus Christ.
I mean, your bottom tower's gone. The bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I get tower is under attack? You ain't taking this seriously. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be one less to manage now, by the way. Your ancient is under attack. Mega kill. Your ancient is under attack.
payment.
Defeated!
That Morphling's so powerful, dude. Guys, Necro passive does not stop blink. Also, Shaman's Q ability. He wasn't even close to me. He can't use Q. Here. I know that some of you guys are like, you can't blink at Necro because he's got his aura. That's not how it works. If that's how it works, it's one of the most powerful abilities in the game because you cannot even initiate on this guy. That's not how it works. And I'll prove it to you. Watch. What's the range on this? 700? It's not even that big anyways, but watch. I think that's not how it works, I'm pretty sure. Ah, Jesus.
A galloping infection.
Look, he's slowly dying, right? You see that number go down? You see how this blink dagger's still here? You see that? It's not how it works, guys. Oh.
Sweet spoilage.
Yeah, anyways, I actually made the biggest mistake I made in the game was it was at mid when I blinked backwards. Yeah, that Necrophos should have been dead, and we might have won that team fight, but I don't really know. I mean, we were already losing, you know. We only winning in the laning phase, but everything after that was just downhill. So Panda's farm is really bad, huh? Like, he's the safe lane here. So it was Panda versus Necrophos, BH, and eventually also the Shadow Shaman. Necrophos, BH versus Panda, Tusk. To be honest with you guys, I don't know if my Ursa pick was good. Actually, Ursa counters the Juggernaut. I don't know, but he doesn't do so well against the other heroes. So to be honest, I think like the Ursa pick was probably not good. But although like Ursa's one of my comfort heroes and I'm really good at Ursa, but not so good that I can just 5v1 kind of a thing. Like I can eventually deal with the Necrophos if I buy Abyssal and or Nullifier. But generally, for 90% of the game, Ursa has a lot of problems with Necrophos. I shit all over the Jug, which is actually my plan. Yeah, like I'm actually quite a bit ahead of the Jug here. He couldn't farm in the beginning because I just kept pecking his lane. Tusk isn't expected to do damage. He's a support. So this Morphling, I wonder if he's a Smurf. Yeah, so actually the Morphling was a Smurf the whole time, so I mean this game was probably over. Yeah, he looks like he's boosting this account, or he's practicing heroes he's not so good at, or something like that. So this Morphling, yeah, he's probably quite a bit above us. Oh well. Thanks, no poop. Yeah, with some blinks. I think the first blink, the one where I blinked backwards, that was completely my fault. The second blink near the fight, near our tier 3 mid, That one was kind of hard to predict because like the track was just about to run out, and the BH got the shuriken off. So that was a really nice play by BH, whether it was intentional or not. Oh god, I am not making Shadowblade, man. Oh god. Hey Hamza, I see that you actually have a lot of item suggestions, but I gotta tell you, man, they're not good. Like, why would you buy Shadowblade on Ursa without just simply describing the item? Like, oh, it makes you invincible and it makes you attack speed and damage, which Ursa all needs. Like, yeah, that is what the item does. But like from a strategical or philosophical perspective, why would you buy Shadowblade on Ursa? You know? Okay, new game. Anyways, if they see that if I buy Shadowblade, they're just gonna have a gem or sentries everywhere, and then I have 0 initiation capabilities. I guarantee it. Whereas, like, if I go BKB Blink Dagger, right? Guess what? Shadow Shaman's dead, unless I fucking blink backwards or get hit by Shuriken. I need an Ironwood branch for more stats. There you go.
5 seconds left.
This. Hey Green, which Green are you looking to play one? And why would I do that? Why would I not play core? Okay, so no one wants to play offlane. Hey, Happy Seekin. I hope you realize that my top 3 heroes are all cores, right?
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Okay. Holy shit, he's rank 84! And he first picked Ricky, dude! This guy... Friend request pending. I have this guy on mute.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Holy shit. Dude, that's just Miracle's in-game name. There's so many fucking Chapos out there trying to pretend to be Miracle. That's not Miracle. Miracle's in France. Or if he's not in France, he's probably in Europe somewhere. Yeah, no. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, they picked Techies. And he was voted MVP in his last game. No, Ricky's position 1. Like, look at this conversation here. Hey, Green, are you looking to play 1? That means hard carry? Yes, that's what the conversation means.
Okay, your pick now.
Punch
You know
Techies.
what to do.
Alright. Huh. Guess fucking AFK. I wonder if he can even play offlane. Hi, Jackie.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick. This is where you win or lose. Wait, what's going on?
The animations of Enrage take your blink. Hey, Burhanuddin, that's not how Enrage works, dude. If you cast Enrage, you can still blink. That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works. Also, them disconnecting has maybe nothing to do with their PC quality. It could be their internet. It could be that they just want to go take a shit. Or they want to pause, you know? What the? This guy's not actually buying words, is he? I think he's trolling. Have this guy pre-muted? No. Why did this guy who I have pre-muted try to add me to his friends list?
Hey, they're back! Good for you!
Can I buy support items, man?
Okay, your
Look at
pick
this.
now. You know what to do.
Alright, I gotta ask him. Can I buy those words? So, safe lane carry? Mid? Here... Here... And here... Pudge go techies, Grimstroke go bottom, okay. No, Deuce is not supporting, she's just trolling. What does UE mean? That's just how you say my name in Vietnamese. This guy's a really good Ricky player, look at his record. Yeah, I think our draft is better than theirs, but if this Pudge Techies combo is really good, they might wreck us.
I hear and obey. You are heard.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
As the shades direct. For the ancestors. As you wish.
Oh god.
First 30 seconds to showtime. First blood! I love watching it skip around.
My flight ends. I return. Yes.
Well, rank 84. Asking me questions, what can I say? Cause I'm bad. Ursa! Shit, he's just AFK, dude.
I always wanted to see an ancient fall. Nah, that stuff's overrated. Don't make me come over there.
What the fuck is wrong with this Ursa? Hopefully this game doesn't count. Cause I don't think I feel like playing this game, guys. I just fed first blood. Maybe we just let him disconnect.
Okay, where were we?
Your guidance.
Just because you can use sound effects does not mean you should. Hey Sep, everyone is trying to be Miracle. Even when Miracle was just called Miracle, guess what people named themselves? Miracle.
Yes. Does it please you? Granted. Denied. I fight. I accept your guidance. I'm under attack. Granted. Beat you like a drum.
Oh god. Ursa's fucking back. Ursa, just DC, please.
I accept.
Please, man. Just leave.
As you wish.
Oh god, he's playing the game.
Of course. Yes. Shades, guide me. I go. Divine form for you. The spirit moves me. Does it please you? As the shades direct.
Gotta give Ricky a tango.
I hear.
Eat it! Eat it, dude!
Trapped. I hear and obey. The messenger. My work here is not yet done. You are heard.
I don't know if I feel like going top anymore. The fuck?
The cost of magic.
Does it please you? Yes.
I don't feel like going here, but it's still the correct play, I think.
Of course.
Killing spree!
Oh, slaughter,
So say the spirit. You are heard. I accept your guidance. I hear.
Oh, there's a sentry. This guy AFK now? Oh, he's just waiting for his TP cooldown. Good, don't go AFK. Lost enough games today already.
As the shades direct. As you wish. I accept. Shades, guide me.
Oh, it's just Pudge up here, huh? Runes?
Yes.
Oh, it's gonna be a bad. Oh fuck, there's a Pudge here. Ah, shit! Space for the other rune?
I have seen the other side. It can wait. I go. Yes.
I don't want to be top anymore. I'm just gonna leave.
So say the spirit. The spirit moves me. Of course. I accept. Does it please you? As you wish. Transmuted! Fire! Ah, motto atticano! My shades sent me strength. As the shades direct.
Oh, I helped get a kill. Nice, 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 nice.
I hear.
Ah! What are you doing, Ursa?
Accept your guidance. Shades, guide me.
Ah, shit.
You are heard.
Ah, shit. Oh, we have mana boots.
Your middle tower is under attack. This is one of the gates in the Batcom.
Oh, shit!
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, there's not a whole lot I can do about that.
Probably stop that. Your essence.
Alright, Ursa's getting angry.
I hear and obey. You are heard. Soce nominis forte cale. I hear. As the Shades die transmuted.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Attack!
Oh my god, you missed your stun! No! Fuck techies! Hey Kuro, I'm feeding myself, man, so it's not like I'm doing so great. I just outplayed.
No sorcery shall tame me.
Oh my god! Found my ward.
As you wish. Yes. I go.
Your mango, bro. Your mango. Oh my god. Come on, Miracle.
As it pleases. Coming for you.
That's the real one? It's not even the real one. It's baited. Ah, shit! Ah, shit! I'm dead. Ah, shit! I'm dead. Get me out of this game, guys. Get me out right now.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Rally the troops and get over there!
Top 80 feed. How about top 2000 AFK? Well, I will continue to help this guy.
Yes.
See, I made the right choice. Runes.
The spirit moves me.
One day I will have boots.
You are heard.
So fucking slow. Ah, shit! Oh, my clarity is safe. Nice.
I hear and obey.
Dominate!
I hear.
I'm so fucking slow, dude. He doesn't have mana, huh?
I go. As the Shades direct. I accept your guidance.
Surprise, motherfucker! Come on, come on, come on, come on! Go, 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 go! No! No, no! Oh, you know what I should do? I should wait like a few more seconds, I guess. Yeah, if I had wait for Ursa's Empower, like 1 or 2 seconds, we'd probably get that kill. Oh, God. God.
Ecstatic return.
We're actually gonna max Shackles to work with Ursa. Where's Ursa? Oh shit! Oh, he did. I'm gonna try to help him. Oh, nope. There's nothing to help.
The top tower needs some help. Double kill.
Oh, I can't reach him, man. Back off. Back.
The top tower is
Holy
under
shit.
attack.
This guy's so ballsy, dude. Ah! 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 Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh! I'm dead!
Thou art purified.
Shut the fuck up, Ursa.
As the shades direct.
I'm just a sacrificial shackle bitch this game. Let's be real here. Oh, bitch! Sup? Oh yeah! Oh yeah! That felt great.
Of course.
I guess I should have given him the clarity, huh?
As you wish.
It's over 9,000!
Radiant structures are fortified.
Let's get out of here before I die.
I go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I accept.
Oh, dude, I can't stop you from feeding like that. That's not my fault at all. Fucking whiny ass bitch. Aren't you like the lowest ranked here?
You are heard.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I play solos. What does that? I play solo, supports retard. I think he means I'm not gonna work with my team anymore. Alright, don't. I'm dead.
Killing spree! Double kill! The top tower is under
Man, truth hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, there better be something important going on. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
I hear.
Your top tower is under attack. You'll be fine as long as that top tower don't fall.
Oh god.
All right, all right.
Jesus Christ.
Of course.
I'm gonna meet this guy. I'm done with this guy. He's just too retarded.
Shades, guide me.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
We'll find corn for you. You're not going anywhere.
Dominate!
They got a bargain.
Yeah, maxing shackles, you know?
Dead.
Explosions! Explosions!
I'm not even angry. That's pretty funny. Mr. Rank 84 Ricky, you know, me and him died together like retards, you know? What can I say?
You are heard. True form.
Can you fucking just stun?
Treat you like a drought.
Oh my god, Pudge got the deny. Wow. Oh. Oh wow.
Radiant fortified the structures. Pretty good move if you ask me. Dire's doing that glowy thing. Not the
I don't use alt because I didn't think it was needed. And I died in 1 second.
Yes.
Am I playing MMR? What does the title of the stream say?
Hey, your bottom tower just got denied.
Oh god. I should spy TP scroll.
Shades, guide me.
Yeah, we can come back with Dusa. Yeah, she's decently farmed, so.
I hear and obey.
Last year, shut the fuck up. Spamming bitch.
As the shades direct.
Ooh, your bottom tower's
Fucking answered your question earlier, and then you spam it 2 more times?
Illusion. Of course. So say the spirits. I accept. I accept your guidance. As it please you. I hear.
What the fuck?
Coming for you. I summon
Killing spree.
Ah ha ha ha! Ah ha ha ha!
Yes.
Suckers.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh, he's gonna want to do Roshan, huh?
Job or something?
Probably needs a ward to do Roshan then. But that Ranza, are you fucking trying to be smart, dude? Holy shit! So using a hero's abilities equals good? Holy shit, man. Oh my god, that's like one of the... Oh Jesus.
As the shades direct.
I can't believe that you think that you sound smart saying something like that.
I accept your guidance.
Oh my god, some people, man.
As you wish.
Oh shit, Mr. YOLO over here.
The spirit moves me.
Pulling us into his fucking shitty. Thanks, JT.
Thank you.
Mega kill.
Your help is to press abilities. That was your help. Like, did you know that? I mean, you might as well say, did you know that Mass Serpent Wards? It does damage and it could kill people. Well, no fucking shit. Everyone knows that, man. Oh my god. Doesn't take a 4.5k player to realize that. Oh man, you guys. It's like the guy from the other day. He came into the stream and he's like, "Hey, Blue Span, you want this farm, Ursa? You want this farm?" No. So the guy came into the stream the other day. He's like, "Hey, Blue Span, when you fight Ricky, you should buy dust."
Granted.
Thanks.
I will free you. Yes. The bones are frozen.
Oh shit. I'm dead.
Welcome me.
Does this stop him? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit!
Thou payest dear.
Oh, he wants to rage buyback. Woo!
If your mid tower could talk,
You're angry, dude, so yeah, we get it.
it ain't over till the last
Glad you're having fun, Nessa.
Blue, USHLD, right click them to hit them more.
I should right click them to hit them more? Oh, okay.
Death on delivery.
I accept.
Why is my name Bluespan? Oh shit. Oh my god. Okay. Hey, hey, but Aranza, since you got muted and you can't talk, let's talk about your behavior and why a lot of us think that you're kind of stupid. First of all, you kind of just started bragging about yourself. You're like, I'm 4.5k. Like, no one really cares. And you're like, I play more aggressively. Like, you're basically judging my playstyle. Like, I would have gotten the kill in that situation, you know? Seriously, you didn't use wards. So, I mean, you started bragging, right? And people don't like people who brag, right? So that's what you did, first of all. And then second of all,
I learn life's mystery.
second of all, I actually did end up using wards to kill Pudge here, right? And then I killed the, what was it? The Pangolier as well, right? And then to further your, you know, I'm so good at this game, I'm so smart attitude, you're like, see? He got a kill using my strategy. Like, you see that you did that, man? Like, you see how you just sound like you think you know a lot of shit, man? But like, your advice is just so fucking obvious that a fucking 1K player would know that. So that's why we're like, hey man, you're really not that smart, okay?
Buy silver, reduce the anti-kill.
Thank you very much, Mr. Person who just donated, and I will buy Silver Edge to kill Alchemist. Oh, dear God.
I hear and obey.
What is this?
I hear.
Remote mine.
Yes.
Let's just put it over.
killing spree.
I think we're slowly winning this game. Funny enough.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I unwittingly? No, that was intentional.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
My prayers are answered.
My prayers are answered. Why do people backseat game? There's many reasons. Some people, there are some people who harmlessly backseat game, okay? They're just so excited about the game, right? They're like, oh my god, kill that creep, kill that creep! Don't die! And you know, like, or, oh, the map's black, you need some words! They're just so excited about the game, right? But some people, you know what they're trying to do? They're just actually trying to sound smart. Ooh. Ah. What the fuck, man? Oh shit! Ah! Get him up, man! Get him up! Ah!
You would thank me.
Oh. Yeah, some people, right? They're just trying to sound smart, right? They're like, hey, as we said earlier, right? Hey, Bluespan, when you fight Ricky, you need to buy dust to fight Ricky, right? They're just like, they're just trying to show off how smart they are, or they think that they're being helpful, but they're more likely just trying to sound smart, right? They're like, hey, did you know that if you buy Morbid Mask, you can do Roshan so easily? Yeah, I fucking knew that. Obviously, man, like, everyone fucking 2K player knows that. So those are the reasons why people backseat game.
Of course. Buy silver for easy Ricky kill.
And we're gonna ban this guy since he's just a total cunt. Total cunt who thinks he's smart. Bye, banned guy.
As you wish.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Change direct.
Wait, what? Creeps are all gone? Oh shit, there's Pudge over here. We're gonna win this game, I think.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Goodbye, sweet tower. You won't be missed. You're already dead.
We're winning. We're intervening. We're intervening.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Good thing I bought sentries, eh?
Wow. The spirit moves me. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
This fucking guy, man, he keeps doing the same thing.
Double kill.
Wait, that's Ricky teleporting. The shrine. Oh, he's looking for the anti-mage.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The top tower needs some help.
Death's bounty.
Oh, Deuce is just straight up ending it.
The enemy's middle tower is no more.
Well, time to join her.
Enemy's bottom barracks just took a dive. Lot better ventilation. Cascading creep. Barracks is high. Enemy's middle tower just took a dive.
I, to be quite honest, I can't believe we won this game.
Radiant structures are fortified. Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Hey, we won! Bam! I used my ult, yeah. Used my ult. It does damage. Not Dusa because he's... I should say Ricky. Dusa is just so toxic, man. Ricky was a tiny little toxic at the beginning. Just like his hero. But yeah, I mean, he didn't flame me too much. I fed in his lane like 3 or 4 times.
Thanks to my expert advice on ability usage, the only reason you win.
Yeah, Bluespan, did you know that your ultimate does damage and it could get kills in theory? Thanks for the donations, Grace. Yeah, this Ursa, I was like, aren't you the lowest ranked player here? And look. Well, I suppose Dusa doesn't even have a rank, so he's lower. And this guy's not even more. Ah, whatever. He's in the middle. GG, guys. Yeah, I can play any hero for a donation, guys. Alright, Carl, let's answer your question. Do you think going from ancient to immortal has more to do with skills or mentality? Well, I don't know why you has more to do. I mean, it's a skill, right? There's always a balance. If your mentality is so bad, then you need to work on your mentality. But if your skills are so bad, but your mentality is great, I mean, if you're already Buddha, you know what I mean? But you're 3K Buddha, I mean, all the mentality in the world's not gonna get you up in MMR, right? Is that an aquarium? I thought that was pretty funny too, Kyle. Oh shit.
Invoker.
I can play Invoker on my Smurf. Drought Ranger's banned almost every game, yeah. Well, Sam Sedin.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah. This is why I like land.
Thank you, JT. Hello, Wise Ken. Long time no see. Hi, Danny. Hey, Kara, it doesn't matter what you type, Divine, Immortal. It doesn't matter. I mean, ultimately, it's just improving at Dota 2, right? Are you just ignoring my messages, man? Do you see this? That's annoying when people, you know, they just keep repeating themselves. Hey, Bluesman, play Skywrath. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Sure, I can play your hero for, you know, generally a $5 US donation. Play Skywrath. Okay, man. Listen, dude.
This is where you win.
Hidden Edge. Actually, this is my gym playlist. Holy fuck, this guy's so dense.
10 seconds.
And next one's a ban. You see how dense this guy is? Nah. He's either so dumb, or doesn't speak English, or he's just trolling. One of those three. Or a combination of those
10
three.
seconds. 5 seconds left.
환경 같은 건 중요하지 않다고 생각하기 때문에 인생을 즐기면서 사는 게 제 꿈이고 Fresh mindset, always fun. 그리고 나
We take it high, turn it low, on the drum.
Wait a minute. Oh, this. Wait a minute. I hope. Okay, this guy might actually just random his hero, and the game either counts or it doesn't. Can't remember. It might be. I'm pretty sure the 10th pick. If it's a 10th pick random, the game ends. But it might also be 9th. Oh fuck, he's back! No! Random!
Your pick. This is where you
You picked Triad?
or lose.
Is that a good hero? Oh, you know what? Actually, it's a good hero. Fuck. Oh, he's playing mid lion. Darkseer is such an ugly hero. Look at him. God, he's ugly.
I bring my blade. It's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
Of course. I fight. So you say. Yes.
Hey!
A fine idea. As you wish.
30 seconds to battle. But feel free to start killing before that. We're not stickers.
Not yet.
Why can't all we just be friendly?
Yeah. I go.
Well, time to fuck you up, Sand King. Alright, that's enough.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
The time is upon us.
And boost, isn't he?
Yeah. Onward. To battle.
I think I go power treads this game. Power treads.
Yeah. Forward. Paid in full. Denied. Very well. Already moving. Attack. Look me in the eye. As you wish. Agreed.
Wow, just like that, eh?
Juggernaut! As you wish. Easy money.
Back.
You cannot hide. Haste. So you say. A fine idea.
Oh, sentry's gone, dude.
Agreed.
What the fuck am I doing, dude? Oh my god. Oh my god, I missed. Oh god.
I'll take that as tribute. Wake up.
Jesus Christ, man. God, man. Actually, the Earthshaker moves a tiny little bit faster than I do.
As you wish. You die. Yes. Swiftly now. What coward runs? Very well. Yeah. You are mine. Pay in kind. Attack. Stand and faithful.
The fuck? What's your problem, dude?
Run if you can. Of course.
5-minute runes?
I go.
Ah, so slow, man. That's enough, that's enough.
Attack.
What surge is this?
Onward.
Mine!
Selfish. Forward.
What the? I missed one creep. Oh, man.
Yes. Attack. What coward runs? Your death approaches. I'm under attack. As you wish. So you say. I go.
Boom, baby! Shrine top.
Okay.
Look me in the eye.
Don't stun me, Sanking. Thanks.
Very well.
Dire structures are fortified.
Of course.
Hells yes.
Just the water.
Okay.
Yeah, took that.
It's an honor. I'm not ready. Yes.
Seems
fair.
Oops.
You are mine. Already moving. Attack. Accept your death. As you wish. Face it. You're
Nah, it's hard, man.
yeah. I bring my blade. Stand and face me.
Yeah, I'm deboarding like crazy.
Double. It is not time. A fine idea. Swiftly now.
I'll get another sentry when I can.
Okay.
Your death approaches. I fight. I bring my blade.
What items do I buy this game?
What coward runs? Very well. Slim pickings. Onward. To battle. Agreed.
That's a waste of Sandstorm.
Look me in the eye. Death dealer. I fight.
Alright, I'm coming. Let me set the sentry down. On it. Let me get top.
Hey, come here, Ogre. We might be able to kill Sand King.
I go.
Okay. I can go for it.
So you say?
Charge him. I got sentry down too.
Not yet.
They have their shrine out, kind of dangerous.
Yes.
I'm coming.
It is not war.
I'm dead, dude. Ah, my wand charges. Ah, shit. This guy's ahead of me, huh? He's 7, I'm 6. 1 and 0, 2 and 1.
Down, but not defeated. A fine idea. Is mine. On it. Attack. Yeah. As you wish. Yeah. As you wish. You cannot hide. Of course. Double charmer. I blade.
shit.
Already moving. Juggernaut!
Killing spree!
Timo.
I fight. As you wish. Juggernaut! On it. I'm not ready. Run if you can. Yeah.
Dominate!
My power increases. Very well. I go. Forward. Of course. To battle. Yes. Onward.
Too much action, top.
A fine idea. So you say?
Care, Ember Spirit, care.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
A fine idea. It is not time.
Oh my god, that Fisher is so good! 15-minute runes are up. Runes.
On it. Seems fair.
Oh shit! What the? Did I not? Oh no, I didn't press my quick Y. I pressed the other button. Oh man, this game just got so exciting in the last like 2 minutes. A little bit too exciting.
Oh damn, that's an early axe.
That was a big play.
He doesn't have mana.
I go. You ask me. Battle Fury! Roll. At last. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. No, I don't want to fight this. Here, Ember Spirit's coming. Here.
I'm coming.
Okay, good. Nice.
Hey, I have heal. Hey, stay. Oh shit.
Pretty good move if you ask me. Enemy's middle tower
Oh no, I don't want to do this anyway. Okay, I'm gonna buy my battle fury and I'm gonna farm safely. Thanks. Where am I?
Hold up. Walking like a slow motherfucker.
Watching your top tower?
What the fuck is going on in this game? No! Man, this game just got really, really crazy really quickly. Boom, baby! Oh man, this guy's doing it. Yes, he Lincoln's. Oh shit.
Double kill.
I think it's time that I take it easy. And buy dust to kill more heroes. Damn, that's big.
I bring my blade.
Man, I was just looking to farm this game, but wow, this rune's been there for 4.5 minutes.
That's what I'm talking about.
It is not time. Death dealer.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Swiftly now.
Tanking.
Not time.
Oh, he actually TP'd in.
Yeah, what a fucking retard.
The enemy's attacking your middle tower.
Ready.
Don't let him do that.
Not yet. Stand.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I don't really know what's going on in this game, to be quite honest with you.
Dire's putting up a barricade. Your middle tower is under attack.
Run if you can.
You got one less middle tower now, by the way.
I'm not ready.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
On it.
Hells yeah.
Of course. Yes. Not yet. It's an honor. The fruits of discipline. As you wish.
Just need to take it easy and farm. Oh, come on.
So you say?
I'm scared, mommy.
Agreed.
Where the f—
I am not ready.
Did that hit him with dust?
I fight.
Oh shit, there's 3 up here.
Dire's structures are fortified.
It is not time.
The top tower needs some help.
To battle.
Hey, Ember's going down. Ember's coming down.
I am not ready.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Double kill.
You cannot hide. To battle.
God damn it.
go.
They're really farmed.
Not yet. I'll gore my so you say upon each. It is not time. Agreed. Look me in the eye. With practice comes strength. As you wish. It is not time.
Morphlings coming mid, care mid, care mid.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Stand and face me.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not time. I bring
Morphlings top.
Not yet. I am not ready.
E-Blade Lincolns. Look at these stats, they're so close to each other.
Yeah, he lands a little bit.
I might even buy BKB myself. Hello, Felipe. You know, I keep thinking about how I'm gonna kill this Morphling, but the truth is maybe I don't even have to. You don't always have to solve every problem that you see. I don't know, guys.
Three, two, one, let's go!
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think whether or not I need BKB as well. Maelstrom and Bash? No. I think I'm gonna buy Scotty. Like I need HP because they just have so much magical burst. Yeah, Lion. It can be Lion's job to deal with Morphling for sure. I think I'm gonna buy Scotty. Maybe next item. I mean, like if I have like as an example 3,500 HP, I don't really need BKB. I think. Or do I? So let's say that I didn't buy Scotty. I would, if I don't have Scotty, I'm gonna be sitting around 2.2k HP.
Okay, where were we?
I honestly don't know if that's enough.
swiftly now.
But so let's say that I go BKB, and then what would my next item after that be? I'm the main damage dealer? That's not necessarily true. You don't always have to build DPS Jug. I mean, would you say the Lion is not DPS? Is he not our main damage? The fucking gigantic AoE huge ass nuke.
Run if you can. Not yet. Illusion.
There's a tree ant. The problem with Skadi and then Abyssal is then no. If you go Skadi and Abyssal after Mantis style, then you actually just don't do damage, which could be a good thing or a bad thing. I'd be really good at hitting buildings, because like if I go in front with 3,500 HP, right, they're gonna spend a lot of abilities to try to kill me. I mean, you don't have to kill buildings quickly. That's the thing.
You are mine. Attack.
You just have to be tanky enough to survive the burst, if and when they do.
On it. Yeah.
Holy shit!
Yeah, Z-Blade.
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, 3 of them tipped me. Yeah, like this BKB will not help me. Like, remember, you have to use BKB before you die. Sometimes you can't press it quickly enough. AC is terrible item in this game. Terrible, terrible, terrible item. Look at this. Magical damage, magical damage, magical damage, magical damage. Then you buy AC? Charge, 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 charge.
Forward. Not yet.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm going Scotty.
I'll take that as tribute. This. What coward runs? It is not time. It's an honor.
Scotty.
Here's your tracer.
Very well.
I think Morphling's stuck bottom. Where's Earthshaker?
A fine idea. Already moving.
There's missing too.
Of course.
Oh shit!
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your mid tower.
What the fuck, man?
That's what I'm talking about.
I go. I am not ready.
need some help.
It is not
Oh.
Hello, top tower. Goodbye, top tower.
Monkey King bar? For what evasion? Don't even have any evasion. You don't know he's buying butterfly? What the? Damn, your item suggestions, guys.
You're dead.
Top tower is under attack.
Not yet. So you say? I am not ready. As you wish. Here. It is not time.
Morphling is going Manta style, by the way.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Oh, there better be.
Yeah, it'll be up to the lion. Lions are anti-morphling.
Look me in the eye. Agreed.
Double kill.
No less than I deserve.
Tree uses ult, right?
Agreed.
Okay.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
What coward?
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. What, not your job or something?
Run.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
See you later.
I am not ready. Yeah. Not yet. You are mine. Yes. I go. Payday. You cannot hide. On it.
He did that from the perfect tree angle.
not ready.
That's pretty impressive.
I fight. Of course. Death dealer. My power increases. I bring my blade. It is not time. Look me in the eye.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Forward. Not yet.
Caroline, I can spin TP. Oh, he had the perfect replicate to deal with me. Dude, use your finger before you die.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh. Good. I'm glad they're not doing Roshan. shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Roshan, please. Thanks.
Attack.
Hit it. A surprisingly lively skeleton. Yeah, this game, honestly, it depends a lot on the line and the Darkseer.
My power increases.
Hey, can we play around top?
It's with me now. Onward.
I'm all right now.
Not yet. To battle. Look me in the eye. A fine idea.
Oh shit! Kind of a waste of Omni Slash. Oh, detection goes? Come on. Oh my, Jesus.
Attack. Take back this tribute. I am not ready.
We have 2 catapults.
Death approaches. I'm under attack.
Yeah, just siege behind me. No, just siege behind me. There were 2 catapults.
I am not ready.
Echo slam, echo.
Run if you can.
Dire structures are fortified. Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You've done
No!
Your middle tower's under attack.
Forward.
Yep.
It is not time. Very well. Onward.
Just wait for them to come up line. Don't die, okay?
I am not ready. Yeah. It's an honor.
Your top tower is under attack.
fruits of discipline.
Your top tower has fallen.
As you wish. It is not time. Of course. Not yet. You are mine. It is not time. Not yet.
Not getting satanic. I need more damage now. Butterfly or something. Mjolnir.
I bring my blade. Swiftly now. Forward. So you say. I am not ready.
Shit, I don't have buyback.
My blade. I go. To battle. Already moving. It is not time. As you wish. I am not ready. Onward. I fight. Yes.
They have vision somewhere around there, Kier. 40-minute runes are up.
I'll take that as tribute.
What the? There's a rune. Did I grab it? Oh, I already grabbed it.
All is confusion.
Yeah, we should. If we can see them on the map. And wait for BKB.
Not yet.
Also, I don't have buyback.
Attack. It's an honor. Swiftly now.
Okay, now we can take this shrine now.
A fine idea. I am not ready. Run if you can. Very well.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Yeah.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
You cannot hide.
Hey, when's Roshan timer? Oh shit! I'm okay. Fucking treant.
Not yet.
Think I bought Scotty, right, guys? Our win condition kind of relies on Spearbreaker and Line getting a pick off, I think.
You die. Death dealer. It is not time. Agreed. Very well. Not yet.
3354 Roshan? No, I need... I don't know what 3354 Roshan means.
I can try and focus all my spells on him, but we need to disable him too.
Does anyone remember Roshan time?
Attack. I bring my blade.
Yeah, this game revolves around the next Roshan.
It is not time. Yes. So you say. Look me in the eye.
They're in there, they're in there, they're in there. They're in, he's more in there.
I go. As you wish.
Just dewarded here.
What coward runs? I fight. Not yet. As you wish. Onward.
They split push better than we do, huh?
I am not ready.
Hey, we're missing line. Spearberg. Care.
To battle. Yes. Already moving.
Hey, some of them are heading down their line.
Swiftly now.
Okay, wait for DSX.
Forward.
It's gone. I'm walking back.
Echo down! Echo down!
Very well.
Okay, take Roshan of duty. Ah, shit!
Face your dead. Attack.
We're playing by back or no?
I don't remember anymore.
Already moving.
Okay. I bought back to not. I like the Aegis.
We actually all bought back.
Wow.
As you wish.
I can stun.
Not yet.
Can we kill this tree? Hit.
Not yet.
Stay with my healing word, Spearbreaker.
I am not ready.
I don't like this engagement.
Yeah. I think we have to take it easy for a bit.
So you say.
Fuck, I don't know if they're in there, dude.
It is not time. Of course.
Oh man. I don't like this fight. No, I really didn't want to take that fight. I almost have Omni Slash.
Yeah, that's probably good.
Guys, I didn't want to take that fight. Yeah, they were missing a Treant, but we were missing Lion. You know, it's not an even trade.
Probably just gonna throw there.
Hey, DS and Lion, you guys, maybe you have a chance if you work together.
Your middle barracks is fallen.
Oh, they're taking top tower.
Top tower is under attack.
That's good, because you can't take bottom. Oh, this Mr. Mind Reader over here. I'm not getting a fucking heart, dude.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your mid tower can talk. It'd be an answer. Who said that tower?
Throwing.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, point, dude.
Mega kill! You gotta defend your ranges! Ranges under attack. He ain't lying.
GG. Oh man. Damn it. Yeah, I don't know that. I am curious if we just let them take Roshan, or no, if we like when I died, my Omni Slash was up in like 10 seconds. I think midline is fine. It's not the Lion pick. It's just our decision making. Ah, damn it. Holy shit. Yeah, no, we just made some bad decisions. No, if you wait for Lion, then... So if we had waited for Lion, then they would have the Aegis and the Cheese, which... I don't know how that would have played out. No, I think this Darkseer just waits for me to have Omni Slash. I'm pretty sure. We may have still lost the fight there though. But if this Darkseer wait for me to, because he ran in there. His wall was up and then he got really horny, right? And cocky. So he ran in there with his wall, and then that basically just kind of forces his team to go in, right? So then I'm like, oh shit, I didn't have a good feeling about it at all. So anyways, but when your team goes in, you have to go in. You just don't have a choice sometimes. So I think that, yeah, I just needed like 10 seconds. I'm not sure they can take Roshan in that time. Maybe they can't. Maybe they can't. But we would have had a lot better chance if I had Omni Slash.
Be patient. 나만 빼고 다들 기분이 축제듯 대신 내가 가진 믿음을 믿어주는 기회만이 내 옆에 있어 남의 떡이 계속 커 보인다면 평생 finger lick it 우린 의미 없는 것에 시간을 뺏겨버린 걸 느껴 자신의 삶을 모두가 지켜보고 있다는 그놈의 착각 그거 하나만 버리고 살았도 꽤 줄어드는 부담감 서두를 필요는 없잖아 모든 건 다 신의 계획 아래 힘들게 얻은 그 다음 씬은 행가래
Was it 24 seconds? Oh. Morphling has a lot of armor. Drow doesn't give a shit about armor. Oh well. That's the tree player from earlier. This guy's a Smurf.
Hey, we'll hold him down, you knock him out. 5 seconds left.
Oh, no one banned Drow. Hello, Cyanjeet.
Welcome back to the war. Is it everything you remember? The goal is to have fun. Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Yeah, this guy's on my friends list, JT. Rank 4,200? The fuck? So this tree, he disconnected like the same way last game. How do you enjoy just playing one hero orange? Yeah, I think Disruptor's pretty fun here too. Crystal Main is more OP. Oh, Clark. I mean, we can just check. Dude, Crystal Main has a pretty low win rate right now, if I remember correctly. I mean, you see Drow with this win rate, right? Drow is very OP right now. Whereas Crystal Maiden... Actually, her win rate's not too bad. Actually, she's a very average hero in Divine Immortal. But she's strong in the lower brackets.
Okay, your pick now. You know your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
We're giving him the last pick? Jesus. Pledge like the Drow, set Messarm. Hello, Desco.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Fred, that bow is like 43 US dollars. No, not worth it. Thanks, Panda. See you later, bud.
I quiver with anticipation. So be it.
Time to put this thing in the bag and drown it in the river. First blood!
Whoa, whoa!
First blood. I thought I saw.
Oh my god, he's feeding! Free MMR. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! It's Nature's Prophet feeding! He teleported to Fountain right away. Zero interest in partying. The fuck? What makes you think I'm interested in partying at all, man? Quite the assumption.
It's in the bag.
Thanks, Rianda.
30 seconds to battle.
Today's Red Day Pananda.
Agreed. That was my thought.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
I'm notched, I'm taut, I'm ready to fly. Way ahead of you. My sentiments as well. Forward.
Hey, NP's trying now.
To battle.
Order top.
I go inside. No. Silent as mist. My bow is drawn. Death comes silently.
Oh, there goes the equilibrium.
Feel the frost. Good enough. Very well. So be it. That was my thought.
What the fuck? Kinda helped him, man. Oh my god, 9 HP. Hands boots.
Your money. My sentiments as well. I go in silence.
Jumbo.
Put it out of your mind. Way ahead of you.
You want me to tell you? 30?
Oh my god. Eclipse tiny.
Forward. Faster than an arrow's flight.
Fresh mindset. Oh, it's fine.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight.
My bow is drawn. Every little bit. I'm under attack. Attack.
What?
79-7, you fucking kidding me?
What the fuck, man?
Agreed. Silent as mist. Angels with candy. Arrow flight. Silent.
Did he just fortify that? Yep. Maybe I should have just clicked NP a couple times. Oh shit. Too many people to run at. They're all fucking low.
Feel my cold embrace. That was my thought. As deep as forest shade. Go inside.
Sacrum. Wait, take my technique. Go back.
Battle.
Run, 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 run. Run, 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 run.
I take flying. Ah, no, no. Ah.
My sentence is well. Bite frost. Ice shall meet my enemies. My bow is drawn. Wait some more. Agreed. So be it.
Seriously, that thing still hit me?
Good enough. Good enough.
Yo, jump rap butter sounding extra, extra, extra lame. Put you in your place, call that business day. Rap in South Korea, that's where we fucking be.
Signature Prof is actually really good. You killed, dude! Oh my god! I don't understand, man.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. I'ma let you finish, but take your mind, take this with I've been dreaming perfect. All my shit be fuming. Top tower needs some help. You ran my ass in the dream. Your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty magic. You're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Battle.
Are you even watching your top tower?
I'm top of this moment. I have ulti.
Hey, yo, hold up. Bring that beat back real quick, man. Yo, y'all can't do this without your boy Flo, man. Yeah. I don't know, she man to the game, I get thrown out with the
So be it.
Go ex, but I never show my moon, like I'm facing in the booth. You can have what you see through nothing but big skinny dipping down the pool.
That is my thought.
If you forgot that I'm hot, that I'm coming at you like a dookie. That I have too far for you to follow you and never used to kid, like I never got your own.
My bow is
Your
drawn.
middle tower's under attack.
What the fuck, man?
That is my thought.
Yeah.
So be it.
Okay.
To battle.
I'm running. So, these guys.
Into the fray. Forward.
phones, I hit my bitch too. Niggas can't fuck with the rebel, it's my mental. Way more advanced than these sucking niggas low key. Yeah, I touch more currency, been overseas before illegally. Old enough to get a fucking
Onward.
Oh shit, what the fuck you think? Boy, I'm so baby, I may drown in the underwater tank.
Very well.
Yeah, I'm pimping, baby bro. I call these hoes by their slave name. You hang
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well.
know I keep a G real rebel like the Navy SEALs, so you know these six kills out for my niggas.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Jab JT.
I go in silence.
Only pipe a bitch if I skin tone like get it for the
Killing spree.
Yes.
What the?
My bow is drawn.
More XP at least. Pretty lit, to be honest.
Quiver.
Your top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the back.
Into the fray. Good enough.
You fucking shit.
Silent as mist.
I want the sentry in the career, okay?
Onward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Good enough. Forward.
English only, please, thanks.
Killing spree.
Very well. Attack. I go in silence. That was my call. To battle.
Alright, actually, I'm not now.
Yeah, not to do it till that's
So be it.
I can't see I don't have any mana.
mid-tower can talk. It'd be pretty mad trading fortified constructions. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your middle tower is under attack. Got one nice middle tower now, by the way.
Holy shit, this NP, dude, that's just amazing.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Agreed. My bow is strong.
The bottom tower is under attack.
My sentiments as well. I go in silence. I shall meet my enemies. Bite frost. My sentiments as well. Arrow fly. My bow is drawn.
Careful, I already see it away.
That was my thought.
Your top tower has fallen.
Very well.
Oh, we got something out of it.
Forward. Feel my cold embrace.
It's over 9,000!
To battle. Arrow, find your target.
That vision is somewhere in this area.
Way ahead of you. Good enough.
I have TP for bottom if he goes in.
Silent as mist. Agreed.
Ah, this game is hard.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Come on, I got hit by NP's ult. Oh, sorry.
I have labs now.
I go in silence. Death comes silently.
Running. We're going to stay.
Hey, I have 4-step Oracle.
My sentiments as well.
Running. Can we fight this? Okay, now man.
Drop their ult, man. No.
Mina is so poor, dude.
Killing spree! Dominate! Double kill!
Where do they even have? Why do they even have vision over here?
Back into the fray. I'll cut a knot with your name on it.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower!
Good enough.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad! Radiant called in the fortification!
That was my thought.
Your bottom tower has been denied!
Very well.
Mega kill!
Yes. To battle.
Double kill! Double kill!
Oh. Didn't we just play the song?
That is just a warm-up. Forward.
What does that even mean, man?
Onward.
Holy fucking shit.
Agreed. Arrow water. That was my thought.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
You think E-Blade would be better in Butterfly? You know why that is? Because you're scared of the Tia.
I go in silence. Silent as a mist. Way ahead of you.
The top tower needs some help.
Very well. Your fate is sealed.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Good enough.
Can we didn't kill anybody?
Tripping every ult I have.
Forward. I'll take that. Onward. My bow is drawn. Feel the frost. Yes.
Goodbye, Roshan. See you soon.
My sentiments as well. So be it.
Go up.
Arrow fly.
Silence. Silence.
My bow.
Keep it. Oh.
My sentiments as well. Very well.
Oh, there better be something. Double kill.
What's this?
Get out there.
Silent as a mist. Yes. Now that you're dead, I find it easy to respect you. Bite, Frost.
25-minute rinse.
I'm just have ags on me now. I'll get a little bit.
I'll take that. Way ahead of you. Feel the frost.
Ah! Oh, Jesus Christ, man. It's okay, I'm going back to base. You know, this is what Drow and Sniper take a lot of skill to play in higher brackets. You just fucking die. So easy, man.
Death comes silently.
Oh. Yeah, it's supposed to be a hard game for Blue.
Silent as mist. Onward.
What's your bottle, Virgil?
Attack. Good enough.
Coming mid care, that's a haste one.
I can't just go like that. We have to be playing both, man. Come on.
Forward. I go in silence.
Metaphor are ancients. Every time I walk past
That
it's
is
empty.
Way
I'm done.
ahead of you.
Remember, they have ward there, okay? Our ward is gonna be back soon.
Well, you might DKB before we fight. If I die, it's gonna be hard.
Marco, can you buy ward? Come on.
Your money is dead.
Holy fuck.
Aaron, find
Go heal. Debate. I think the TA is a Smurkers. Actually, I forgot to use skill 3 yard, you know?
Not being there no more. Dire structures are fortified.
Aaron,
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I used BKB for nothing.
Agreed.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower's
Into the fray.
Your middle tower is under attack.
So be it. There are some things you would never say. Such as
Your middle tower has fallen.
Well, man. Fuck has eggs. Fuck has eggs.
Middle barracks are under attack.
was my thought.
Arrow, fly. Your top tower is under attack. You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait, somebody.
Good enough.
Thanks, Lulu. Oh. What a fucking baby.
Feel my cold embrace. Forward.
I'm so scared of that hill, dude. And we never deordered that either. Huh? Care.
Agreed.
They get hit by something more grounded.
Yes.
Man, we need some wars. I'm so scared.
Onward. My sentiments as well.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
So be it.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Very well.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine is falling.
Yes. Agreed. My bow is drawn. My sentiments as well. Forward.
Hey, that guy's dead. That guy's dead. Oracle, get up. Okay.
No big deal. Put on no big deal. Go first, man.
Your top shrine has fallen.
They should Roshan.
Feel the bite of frost. Way ahead of you. That was my thought.
OTA, can we fight that? Got this.
Oh my god. Care. Oh, my bad.
Still no TA.
My bow is drawn.
Or BKB is back up now.
I have no idea if I'm going BKB or not. It depends on TA's next item.
My sentiments as well. Good enough.
Ah, shit.
So be it.
Can we not fight outside, please? What the fuck? What's you guys? Holy shit!
Oh wow, that sounded weird.
Oh, sure, I guess. Okay.
Barracks is falling. Your top barracks ain't nothing no more. You wanted your middle barracks to barracks is falling. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah, the MP was really good.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dominate!
I could not bear to be away from the sacred.
Double kill!
If you want to see if someone has buyback or not, you look at the respawn timer, and if there's a yellow frame around the respawn timer, that means they have buyback. If any one of us had buyback, we would have used it. Oh man. Actually, I wonder if this guy was a smurf too. Like he actually played really well, even though he fed early game. Maybe not. I think, yeah, this guy's a smurf though. He only has like maybe 1,000 games on his account. Can somebody tell me how many people are watching the stream right now? Thanks. $200 people, huh? Okay. Okay, if I can get a queue in 4 minutes. Actually, I'm not even sure. I feel like playing another game. No, I don't feel like playing anymore. Hi, Stamp. Does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? Yeah, Penguin, what's not to like about the Battle Pass? MMR's not good, Mark? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna eat some food. We've had just about 6-hour stream so far, so that's pretty good for today. Today's red day, sadly. Let's see here. We started with... We have 5 losses and 2 wins. Oh, God. What am I going to eat? I don't know. What's my MMR? 5.6k. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Gonna get some food. It's already 1 p.m. Need to eat some breakfast. Anyways, I will be back tomorrow around the same time, so it should be very close to 7 a.m. Pacific time. So I'll catch you guys then, okay? Hope you guys had fun today. Bye, guys.